Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story I work at a theme park. The employee handbook explains why the carousel doesn't stop is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that went wrong was small enough that I pretended not to notice it. The carousel music was half a beat behind itself. Not broken exactly. Not warped in that horror movie way people imagine when they've never worked around old ride machinery and don't know how many sounds a normal, functioning attraction can make. Gears whine, belts chirp, brake pads squeal when the weather gets damp. Speakers crackle if a kid spills lemonade into the baseboard, and nobody tells maintenance until the sugar has dried into amber glue. A theme park at opening shift is never quiet, never clean, never as cheerful as it looks from the parking lot. But the carousel music had a limp. The brass notes came out bright and tinny from the painted canopy. Then another set of notes followed just behind them, softer, like an echo from inside a wall. The tune was Over the Waves, one of the old ones, the kind you hear in every carousel scene in every movie about childhood. But this morning, it sounded like two bands trying to play, while one of them watched the other's fingers. I stood at the operator gate with my scanner in one hand and a lukewarm gas station coffee in the other, watching a white horse with a chipped blue saddle rise and fall. Its pole scraped faintly at the top bracket each time it climbed. Scrape, dip, scrape, dip. The ride should have been stopped. We weren't open yet. Please tell me you started it, I said. The only other person on the platform was Mason Reed, 22, male, seasonal ride attendant, college dropout by his own proud description, and the kind of guy who could make even a company-issued polo look like something he had slept in on purpose. He was squatting near the control pedestal. One knee popped out to the side, tapping the touchscreen with the blunt irritation of someone trying to get a vending machine to accept a dollar bill. He looked up at me with his eyebrows already apologizing. I thought you started it. My keys are still on my belt. He glanced at my waist like I might be lying about something that stupid. The key ring hung there, bright orange plastic tag, stamped Ride OPS Zone C, bumping against my black work pants. I jangled it once. The sound came out smaller than I wanted. Mason stood and wiped his fingers on his shorts. Okay, well, it's in pre-cycle. It can't be in pre-cycle without a login. That's what I said to myself. Then I said several other things that would get me written up. I was 19 that summer, female, and officially a lead attendant at Whistle Stop Grove, which sounded like a children's book, but was really a mid-sized theme park wedged between Williamsburg and Newport News, Virginia, close enough to the interstate that you could hear trucks downshifting on humid mornings. My name is Claire Weller. I had been at the park 3 seasons, long enough to stop getting excited about free funnel cake vouchers, and long enough to know which rules mattered because someone had once bled for them. The carousel was called the Fairweather Carousel, though nobody called it that unless a supervisor was nearby. To us, it was just Fairweather, or the Roundhouse, or that antique liability with horses. It sat near the back of the park, in a section designed to look like a turn-of-the-century boardwalk, even though the nearest real ocean was more than an hour away. The building was octagonal, with cream trim and green shingles, open on all sides except for waist-high railings, and a maintenance shed tucked behind a mural of painted clouds. In July, it smelled like grease, old wood, damp straw from the petting zoo across the walkway, and the sweet metallic tang of the coin press machine. That morning, the Midway lights were still warming up. The arcade doors were locked. The cotton candy stand had its shutters down. Somewhere past the gift shop, a pressure washer hissed and coughed. The park did not yet belong to guests. It belonged to people in faded uniforms carrying radios, clipboards, trash bags, and private dread. Mine was simple. I was terrified of getting someone hurt because I missed something, not the dramatic kind of fear. I didn't shake or refuse shifts. I was reliable. That was my whole thing. I checked restraint bars twice. I made rookies read height charts out loud. I would rather be called bossy than explain to a parent whether kids' fingers got pinched in a gate. But that fear had made me careful in a way that sometimes slid into cowardice. I trusted procedure because procedure meant the blame had somewhere to go besides my own ribs. Mason leaned over the panel again. Screen says manual override unavailable. It's not supposed to say that. No kidding. Kill the music, he tapped. Nothing changed. The carousel turned in its slow circle, empty horses bobbing, mirrors catching the gray-blue morning. The echo in the music lagged by a fraction of a second, then caught up, then fell behind again. A painted lion with glass eyes rose past us and sank, its carved mouth open in a permanent snarl. Use the hard stop, I said. Mason's hand hovered over the red mushroom button mounted under the panel cover. He looked at me. I hated that look. The one people gave leads when they wanted permission to do something they already knew was right, but didn't want to own alone. Hit it, I said. He slapped the button. The platform kept turning. Not faster, not wild. That would almost have been easier. It continued at its normal 8 revolutions per minute, calm as breath, while the emergency stop button stayed punched down under Mason's palm. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then Mason said quietly, "Claire, I see it. Do you?" "Yeah." "No, I mean, do you see the panel?" The screen had gone black. The carousel music played on. I set my coffee on the operator ledge and thumbed my radio. Zone C to maintenance. Static. A pop. Then a voice thick with sleep and chewing gum. "Maintenance go. This is Claire at Fairweather. We have an unauthorized start and emergency stop failure. No riders. Request immediate response." There was a pause long enough for the carousel to bring the blue saddled horse around again. "Say again, emergency stop failure." Mason mouthed nice. I ignored him. Affirmative. Ride is moving with no operator login. Panel is black. Hard stop not responding. Copy. Lock your gate. Keep guests clear. We're sending Danny. Park isn't open for another 40. Then keep ghosts clear. I don't know. Danny's on his way. The radio clicked off. Mason exhaled through his nose, almost a laugh, but not quite. Do we put that in the daily inspection? Ghost control. Satisfactory. Don't start. I cope with jokes. You cope badly. He gave me half a grin, but it didn't stick. He looked back at the platform. Could be a relay stuck. Could be. Or power surge. Could be. Or rats, big ones, union rats. Mason, sorry. I walked to the gate and pulled it shut, then clipped the chain across the entrance. The sign beside it read, "Ride closed, please see attendant." The The words looked embarrassed in the empty midway. Behind me, footsteps slapped the concrete in a quick, uneven rhythm. Tanya Brooks, 34, female, Zone C supervisor, came around the corner with her radio already in her hand, and a lanyard full of keys bouncing against her chest. Tanya had been a high school basketball coach before she came to the park full-time, and she still moved like she was crossing a court to break up a fight. Her hair was pulled into a tight bun. Her uniform shirt was spotless, had the calm, flat expression of someone who knew panic was contagious and refused to be a carrier. "What do we do?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "Love that. Very comforting." Mason raised a hand. "I personally did nothing with excellence." Tanya gave him one look and he lowered it. She stepped up to the rail, watched the carousel for maybe 3 revolutions, then held her radio near her mouth without speaking into it yet. "Panel dead. Black after the E-stop," I said. "Ride didn't stop. Music too, still running. House lights, normal." Tanya nodded once, not because that made sense, but because she was filing things in the order she wanted them. "Main disconnect." I hesitated. The main disconnect was in the maintenance shed behind the mural, inside a locked gray box. Leads had access for shutdown, but only maintenance was supposed to pull it, except in an immediate life safety situation. No guests, no riders, no visible mechanical failure. The handbook was very clear, and like most very clear things at Whistle Stop Grove, it had been written after a legal department found a way to make fear sound professional. Tanya noticed the hesitation. "Of course she did. Claire, I can pull it. I didn't ask if you could. We have no riders. We have an attraction moving without command." Mason looked between us. "I vote for the big switch." "You don't vote," Tanya said. The tune stumbled again. This time the lagging notes dragged longer, and for a moment the carousel sounded like it was slowing, though the platform speed didn't change. The horses rose, fell, rose, scrape, dip, scrape, dip. A gull cried overhead, though we weren't near enough to the water for that to be normal. Then I realized it was the brakes on a delivery cart squeaking somewhere behind the arcade. Normal things, explainable things. That was the trick. The park was full of sounds that could become anything if you gave them enough room. A man's voice called from the midway. "You break my favorite death trap already." Danny Ortiz, 46, male, senior maintenance technician, rolled up on a green utility cart with a tool bag wedged beside him, and a paper-wrapped breakfast biscuit balanced on the dashboard. He had forearms like fence posts, silver in his beard, and the permanent squint of someone who had spent too many years looking into machinery, with a flashlight clenched in his teeth. Danny treated most ride problems like personal insults. He parked crooked, stepped out, and looked at the moving carousel. The joke left his face. "Who cycled it?" he asked. "No one," Tanya said. Danny looked at me. "No one," I repeated. He walked past us without another word and unlocked the control pedestal's lower panel. He flipped it open, then crouched. The smell that came out was warm dust and electrical insulation. He reached in with a tester, touched 2 points, frowned, touched 2. "Panels got power," he said. "Screen's black," Mason said. Danny didn't look at him. "My eyes work." Tanya folded her arms. "Can you stop it from here?" "Maybe, Danny." He pulled a flashlight from his belt and shone it into the pedestal. Motor contactors engaged. Command circuit shouldn't be live without the PLC telling it to be live. In English, something S feeding the motor when it shouldn't. "Can we pull main?" He was already standing. We should have pulled Maine before I got here. My stomach tightened at that stupidly because I had known it and didn't do it. Tanya didn't scold me. Somehow that made it worse. We walked around the carousel toward the shed. From this angle, you could see the underside of the platform through the gaps. Grease-black arms, old drive rods, the central sweep, wheels riding their circular track. It was old machinery dressed in birthday colors. That was what people forgot. Every smiling horse was bolted to something that could crush a hand. The maintenance shed door sat behind the cloud mural, half hidden from guests by potted shrubs and a fake ticket booth used for stroller parking. Danny unlocked it. The hinges complained. Inside were shelves of spare bulbs, warning cones, a mop bucket, bags of absorbent powder, and the gray disconnect box mounted at shoulder height. He opened the box. The switch was already down. Off. For a while, the only thing I heard was the carousel music behind us, cheerful and limping, working its way through the same 16 bars. Mason whispered, "That seems bad." Danny stared at the switch like it had insulted his mother. Tanya stepped closer. "Is that definitely the main?" Danny's jaw moved. "Unless somebody built another carousel while I was off yesterday. But the ride has power. The ride has movement. That's not the same sentence." "Danny." He turned, and the look he gave her was not anger. It was calculation with no answer at the end of it. "I need to get under the deck." "No," Tanya said immediately. "I didn't say climb into the drive path. I said under the deck. No one goes under a moving ride. I know the rule, then enjoy following it." His mouth tightened. That was when Erin Pike arrived, 27, female, assistant operations manager, walking fast in clean white sneakers that had never seen a grease pit. Erin was new to Whistle Stop Grove that season, transferred from a corporate water park in Ohio, and she carried herself with a clipboard confidence that made veteran staff quietly cruel. She wasn't stupid. That was the problem. Stupid managers were easy to dismiss. Erin was smart, polished, and desperate to prove that every crisis could be turned into a bullet point before it became a lawsuit. "What's our status?" she asked. Tanya answered before anyone else could. "Fairweather is rotating without operator command. E-stop failed. Control screen dead. Main disconnect appears off, but ride continues moving. No guests involved." Erin blinked once. To her credit, that was all she allowed herself. "Park opening is in 32 minutes. Then we delay opening this section," Tanya said. "We may need to delay more than that." Danny shut the disconnect box, then opened it again, as if reality might correct itself out of embarrassment. The switch was still down. Erin looked toward the carousel. Could there be a secondary supply, backup battery, generator tie-in? Danny laughed once. No humor. For a carousel built when people thought asbestos was a personality trait. "No, there's got to be an explanation," Mason said. Everyone looked at him. He lifted both palms. "I'm not saying there is. I'm saying there has to be, right?" The question hung there, too honest for the uniform. From the front of the ride came a faint clatter. Not mechanical. Plastic. I stepped out of the shed and saw my coffee cup on the operator ledge trembling. The platform wasn't shaking. The rail wasn't shaking. Just the cup, vibrating in tiny increments toward the edge as the bass note in the carousel music pulsed through the wood. "Mason," I said. He saw it too and jogged over, reaching the ledge just as the cup tipped. He caught it against his chest and hissed when hot coffee sloshed onto his shirt. "Great," he said through his teeth. "Cool. love being rewarded for heroism. I almost laughed. I needed to laugh. Then the carousel lights flickered. Once, every bulb under the canopy dimmed to a brownish glow, then snapped bright again. The mirrors flashed. For that instant, all the painted animals seemed to be in different positions than my brain expected, like the ride had skipped a few feet forward while I blinked. But it hadn't. It was moving at the same steady pace. Tanya lifted her radio. All units, Zone C supervisor. Hold opening for Boardwalk Row. Repeat, hold opening for Boardwalk Row until further notice. Aaron turned sharply. I need you to clear that with "I just did," Tanya said. A reply crackled through. Security copies. Another voice, guest services copies. Then, after a burst of static, ops control copies, reason. Tanya looked at Aaron. Aaron looked at the carousel, then at Danny, then at me. Whatever answer she gave would start a chain of calls that might end with corporate, inspectors, refunds, angry families at the gate, and local news vans if somebody used the wrong words. I could see her measuring all of it. Mechanical issue, Aaron said into her radio. Precautionary hold, Danny snorted. She lowered the radio. Not helpful, not meant to be. I watched the horses circle. There were 36 of them, plus 2 chariots. I knew because the handbook made us count during close, and because kids loved to argue over which one was fastest, though none of them were. The blue saddled horse came around again. Scrape, dip, scrape, dip. Something pale was tucked beneath its saddle strap. At first I thought it was a napkin. Guests left trash everywhere, wet wipes, maps, popcorn boats, friendship bracelets, the occasional retainer wrapped in tissue. But the carousel had been swept last night. I had done the closing walk myself with another attendant, checked every row, signed the sheet, locked the gate at 10:14 p.m. The pale thing fluttered as the horse rose. Paper. Mason, I said, did you see that? What? On the blue horse. He leaned over the rail. Trash, maybe. Tanya heard the uncertainty in my voice. What is it? The horse rotated away. We waited for it to come back, all of us now watching one carved animal among many. It passed the lion, the giraffe with the repaired ear, the black horse with gold reins. When the blue horse returned, the paper lifted again. Not a napkin, a folded sheet wedged under the leatherette saddle strap with a red border printed along one edge. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, like I had forgotten to drink water before a double shift. That's from the handbook, I said. Aaron frowned. What? The red border. Emergency procedures pages have red borders. Mason looked at me. You can tell that from here. Yes, he stared at the moving horse. Of course you can. Tanya's face changed slightly. Not fear, focus. Which procedure? I don't know. Danny had gone very still beside the shed. I noticed that too. Danny, Tanya said. He didn't answer at first. His eyes tracked the horse as it moved away, came around, moved away again. Then he said, nobody touch it while it's moving. No one was planning to, Aaron said, but I had been. Not consciously, maybe. Not in a way that had become a decision. Still, my body had already shifted toward the gate, because a piece of the handbook was on my ride, and that meant a rule existed. And if a rule existed then, maybe the situation had edges. Maybe it could be held. Tanya unclipped the chain and stopped with it in her hand. The carousel music limped into another loop. We have 2 options, she said. We wait for outside ride safety and keep this contained, or we find out what that paper says before guests start lining up at the barricades and rumors do the rest. Erin's eyes snapped to her. You are not suggesting someone step onto a moving platform. I am not suggesting anything yet, Danny said. You'd have to time it from the outer rail, grab the strap, and step back before the next rise. No, I said quickly. Everyone looked at me again. I hated that even more than before. I swallowed. No one should do that. Tanya studied me. Agreed. The blue horse came around, patient as a machine could be. The folded page fluttered once, like it was breathing with the motion of the pole. Mason wiped coffee from his shirt with both hands and said, So we just stare at the cursed employee handbook page until Richmond sends a guy with a clipboard. It's not cursed, Erin said, too sharply. No, yeah, obviously. It's aggressively normal. I kept my eyes on the horse. The platform was only moving at walking speed. I had stepped on and off it hundreds of times during guest assists, helping toddlers, holding elbows for grandmothers, guiding parents who tried to carry 3 bags and a baby at once. The rule said not to board a moving ride. The rule was right, but the rule had been written for a ride that stopped when told. Tanya still held the chain. Danny had one hand on his radio, not pressing the button. Erin was watching the empty midway where the first families would appear in half an hour if the front gates opened on schedule. The choice sat there among us, ugly and practical. Keep our distance and wait, or break one rule to understand why all the others had already failed. The carousel kept turning, and every time the blue horse passed, the red bordered page flashed in the dim morning light, close enough to read if someone was willing to reach. Tanya did the things supervisors do when they want to pretend a bad choice is still a choice. She made it a procedure. No one steps onto the platform, she said, holding the chain across the entrance with both hands. No full boarding, no climbing, no reaching past centerline. We retrieve the paper from the outer rail only if the horse comes within safe distance, and only if we can do it without body weight transferring onto the ride. Danny made a sound in his throat. Tanya cut her eyes to him. You disagree? I disagree with the English language being used like duct tape. Noted. Because what you just described is stepping onto the platform without calling it stepping onto the platform. Erin Pike checked her watch. She had one of those slim silver ones that looked too delicate for a workplace where everything was either sticky, rusty, or wet. Front gates open in 26 minutes. Boardwalk Row is already blocked, but guest services is asking whether to call it a delayed area opening or a maintenance closure. Tell them delayed, Tanya said. Delayed implies temporary. Tanya looked at the moving carousel. I'm feeling optimistic. Mason snorted, then coughed it into his fist when nobody joined in. I stood at the operator gate with my hands resting on the top rail. The metal was cool and faintly gritty beneath my palms. Every few seconds, the blue horse drifted into view, rising on its brass pole, that folded red bordered page pinned under the saddle strap like someone had slid it there in a hurry. It shouldn't have mattered so much. It was paper. One sheet. A handbook page from a binder. Every employee was forced to pretend they'd read cover to cover during training. But standing there, with a ride moving after its power had supposedly been killed, that page felt like a hand raised in the back of a dark room. Someone knew something, or someone wanted us to think they did. Claire, Tanya said. I turned. She had that coach look again, the the one that made you straighten your shoulders before you knew why. You know the platform rhythm better than anyone here except Danny. How close does the blue horse come to the rail on the outside sweep? About 18 inches from the inner edge, I said. Maybe 20. Depends where you stand. Can it be reached from outside? With a hook, maybe. Danny pointed toward the maintenance shed. Fiberglass reach pole. We use it for dropped hats. I'll get it, Mason said. No, Tanya said. Claire. The word landed harder than it should have. Mason looked at her. Why Claire? Because she won't show off. He opened his mouth, then closed it, because even he knew that was fair. I stepped toward the shed before my brain caught up with my feet. Tanya trusted me because I was careful, because I followed rules even when people rolled their eyes, because I had once stopped a loading cycle on the kiddie coaster over a lap bar that looked locked but didn't sound locked, and the mechanic later found a cracked latch spring. For 2 weeks after that, Tanya called me ears. I had liked it. Now my carefulness was being handed back to me as a tool, and I hated the weight of it. Inside the shed, the air was warmer, boxed in, smelling of dust, old mop water, and rubber. I found the reach pole clipped above a shelf of warning cones. It was bright yellow fiberglass, maybe 8 feet long, with a small rubber-coated hook at the end. My fingers slipped once on the clips before I got it down. When I came back, Danny was on the radio with someone from facilities. No, not the row, he said. The ride. I need confirmation from the sub-panel, not your office screen. Send somebody to breaker room 3 and physically look at C12 through C16. He listened, jaw tight. I don't care what the building management system says. I am looking at an off disconnect and a moving platform. The carousel music popped through the canopy speakers. For 2 seconds, the tune vanished under a low electrical hum. Then the brass notes came back, too loud, making the boards under my shoes buzz. Aaron flinched, but recovered quickly. Could this be a stored energy issue? Danny lowered the radio. For 12 minutes, I'm asking. No, hydraulic drift. It's not hydraulic. Momentum. Danny stared at her. Have you ever seen a carousel coast for 12 minutes uphill and downhill with music? Aaron's mouth pressed into a thin line. I am trying not to underreact. No, Danny said. You're trying to name it something harmless. Tanya stepped between them without actually moving much. Enough. Out beyond Boardwalk Row, the park was waking up. A forklift beeped behind the game's warehouse. Someone tested the microphone at the stunt show and sent a hollow thump rolling through the service road. Gulls picked at a torn trash bag near the fry stand until a sweeper chased them off with a broom. All ordinary. All of it happening too brightly around our small, wrong circle. My radio crackled. Ops control to Zone C front gate, reports early guest buildup. Estimate 9 minutes to entry scan unless delayed. Do you need full park hold? Erin grabbed her radio so fast her clipboard smacked her thigh. Negative on full park hold. Maintain boardwalk, row closure. Route guests through Garden Lane. Tanya looked at her. You sure? That keeps them away from here. For now. Full hold means every department asks why, Danny muttered. Maybe because the haunted merry-go-round's running on spite. It's not haunted, I said. Too fast. Everyone heard it. Mason's expression softened a little, and that was somehow worse than if he'd made a joke. I adjusted my grip on the pole. Where do you want me? Tanya clipped the entrance chain back into place, then pointed to a section of rail near the operator booth. There. You'll have the best angle when the horse dips. Danny took the pole from me before I could move. Listen, Hook the paper from the open fold, not the strap. You pull the strap, you might loosen the saddle trim or catch the pole bracket. Okay, if the hook catches, let go. I know, I'm serious. Don't wrestle a moving ride. Pride loses fingers. I know. He held my gaze a second longer, then gave the pole back. I stepped to the rail. The carousel platform rotated past in layered pieces: horse legs, brass poles, painted panels, mirrors, shadows. The blue horse was on the far side. I watched it go behind the central column, disappear between a rearing black stallion and a sleigh chariot, then emerge again. My hands began sweating, not shaking, sweating. I wiped one palm on my pants and heard my mother's voice from 3 summers earlier after I got promoted to lead. Don't be the person who freezes because you want everything to be perfect. She hadn't meant it cruelly. She knew me. That was the problem. I liked rules because rules delayed the moment when I had to trust myself. The horse came closer. Not this pass, Danny said. I see it. Too high. I see it. The blue horse rose, and the folded page lifted with the saddle strap just out of reach. It slid by. The music dragged behind itself, one bright melody, one sickly echo. I could see the underside of the paper now. It had black print on it, large words, maybe a heading. Mason stood a few feet back, bouncing on his heels. You want me to? No, Tanya, Danny, and I all said at once. Fine, great, team unity. The horse came around again. This time it dipped at the nearest point. I extended the pole slowly, the hook hovering over the moving edge of the platform. The rubber tip trembled from the vibration traveling up the fiberglass. For one strange second, my entire world narrowed to the paper, the hook, and the scrape of that top bracket. Scrape, dip. I caught the fold. Got it, Mason whispered. Easy, Danny said. I pulled. The page shifted, then stuck. The pole flexed in my hands. Let go if it catches, Danny said. It's not caught. It was caught. Not on the saddle strap, on something underneath it. A staple maybe, or tape. I tugged again, too gently to free it, too stubborn to stop. The horse continued moving. The pole angled with it. Claire, Tanya said, I have it. Let it go. I can. The hook slipped. The pole snapped sideways, clanged against the brass support, and jerked out of my right hand. For a half-second, it balanced across the rail and the moving platform like a lever. The far end dipped between 2 horses. Danny lunged and grabbed the near end with both hands. The carousel took the other end. The pole bucked. Let go, Tanya shouted. Danny let go. The pole spun onto the platform, bounced once, then slid inward across the painted boards. It struck the base of the lion, rattled, and vanished under the inner row of horses. A grinding sound followed. Not loud, not catastrophic, just a dry, chewing noise from below the platform. Then the carousel slowed. Everyone froze. Music slowed with it, notes sagging and stretching like tape pulled through dirty heads. The horses rose and fell more heavily. The bulbs under the canopy flickered again, dimming to that brown old light color. It's stopping, Mason said. No one answered. The platform slowed to half speed, then a quarter. The blue horse came around, page still tucked under the strap, and stopped directly in front of the operator gate. For one breath, the whole carousel held still. Then the music cut out. The sudden quiet was not silence. It was worse, because the park rushed into the empty space. Distant voices at the front gate. A leaf blower whining near the bathrooms. Tanya's radio hissing against her belt. The the tick of some cooling relay inside the dead control pedestal. I stared at the blue horse. The page was close enough now that I could read the heading through the fold. FAIRWATHER Carousel Continuous Operation Event below it, in smaller bold letters. Do not interrupt rotation until all riders are accounted for. Continuous Operation Event, Erin said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Danny's face had gone a color I didn't like. Not pale, flat. Tanya saw it too. You know that phrase. He didn't answer. The radio on Erin's shoulder burst alive. Guest services to ops management. We've got first entry through front gates in 2 minutes. Confirm Garden Lane redirect. Erin kept staring at the page. Erin, Tanya said. She startled. Yes, confirm redirect. Keep boardwalk row closed. Copy. Also, we have a parent at the front asking about a lost child report from last night. Security says they're bringing her to the office, but she's upset and says the child may have been near boardwalk. The words entered slowly, like they had to pass through thick glass before they made sense. Lost child report from last night, near boardwalk. Mason stopped bouncing. Danny closed his eyes once. Tanya lifted her radio. Zone C to security. Repeat that. A different voice came on, male, older, controlled, but winded. Security here. We have a woman at front gate. Says her daughter did not come home from a friend's house last night. Claims daughter texted from Whistle Stop around 11 p.m. Park was closed. We have no overnight missing child report in our log. She has a photo. Name appears to be Lily Carver, age 9. My mind did something mean to me then. It gave me a picture of my closing sheet from last night. The neat boxes, the time, my initials, the line that said final sweep complete. I heard my own pen scratching the paper. I had walked the platform at 10:09. I had checked under the chariots because kids like to hide there during the day. I had looked behind the operator booth, inside the stroller nook, around the mural. I remembered being tired. I remembered Mason complaining that the trash compactor smelled like hot ketchup. I remembered locking the gate at 10:14. I did not remember counting the horses. I always counted the horses. Usually. Tanya looked at me, and I wished she hadn't. Claire, she said carefully, you closed Fairweather last night. With Josh, I said. My voice came out thin. Josh and me. Mason shook his head. No way. There wasn't a kid here after close. You don't know that, Danny said. Mason turned on him. Okay, thank you, that helps. Danny pointed at the page. That procedure exists for a reason, which you apparently knew 5 minutes ago and didn't mention. I knew there was an old binder supplement. I didn't know somebody had put a page on the ride. Tanya's tone sharpened. What old binder supplement? Danny rubbed both hands over his face, dragging the skin down. Years ago, before most of you. Fairweather had an incident. Not a death, he added quickly, maybe because he saw Erin's expression. A child climbed back onto the platform after unload, hid in the chariot. Operator didn't see. Ride cycled empty during close. Kid panicked, tried to jump, broke an ankle. After that, corporate added a continuous operation checklist. If the carousel is found moving outside command, you assume unauthorized rider or entrapment until proven otherwise. Entrapment where? Erin asked. Under the platform, inside the inner sweep, between the chariot panels. Anywhere a kid can fit, because kids are liquid when they want to hide. I could taste coffee acid at the back of my throat. Tanya unclipped the chain. Danny caught her wrist. The ride is stopped because a reach pole jammed something under the deck. That means it could restart, or it could shift while someone's on it. The security radio came back. Zone C, be advised. Mother State's daughter was wearing a yellow rain jacket and red sneakers. Last known text was a photo from near Carousel Horses. Timestamp 10:47 p.m. My closing time was 10:14. Park sweep ended at 11:00. The carousel sat in the back of my skull like an object dropped into deep water. Aaron spoke first. How did a 9-year-old get inside after close? Mason said. Friend's house. Maybe she snuck out. Service gate. Fence gap. Kids do dumb stuff. Not helpful, Aaron snapped. It's actually very helpful if it's true, Tanya said. Security needs every access point checked. Now, Aaron relayed it, her voice steadier than her hands. I looked at the blue horse again. The paper had stopped fluttering. Up close, I could see smudges on the fold, grease maybe, or dirt. Along one lower corner was a faint reddish-brown streak, thin as a pencil line. I didn't say blood. I wasn't going to be the first person to say blood. Tanya stepped onto the loading threshold, but not onto the carousel platform. Danny, can you stabilize it? I can lock out the drive if the pole jammed the sweep gear, but I need access below. No one goes under until we check the platform. We need a borescope, he said. Tool cart has one. Camera on a flex line. We can look under without crawling in. Get it. Danny moved toward his utility cart, then stopped. It's in the central shop. How long? 10 minutes if I drive like I hate my suspension. Aaron said, we may not have 10 minutes if there's a child. That broke something. Not dramatically. No shouting. Just the small, terrible crack of everyone realizing the same thing at the same time. If Lily Carver was under that carousel, time had already mattered for hours. If she was injured, dehydrated, trapped by a moving assembly or too scared to call out, every minute we spent protecting ourselves with procedure might be another minute she lost. And if she wasn't there, if the page was some old prank or warning left by a staff member with a rotten sense of humor, then stepping onto the ride could create the emergency we were trying to prevent. My fear curled around both possibilities. Miss the danger, someone gets hurt. Rush toward it, someone gets hurt. Tanya looked at me again, but this time not as a supervisor. As a person asking another person to stand inside an ugly maybe. Claire, she said, last night after close, did you hear anything? See anyone? Anything at all? I wanted to say no immediately. Instead, memory opened the wrong drawer. At 10:12, while I was checking the outer row, I had heard a tapping sound from the service side. 3 little knocks, then a pause, then 2. I thought it was Mason messing with the coin press, a loose shutter, or one of the arcade prizes swinging in its claw machine. At 10:13, my phone had buzzed with a text from my younger brother asking if I could pick him up after his late shift at the grocery store. I had looked down, just for a few seconds. Then I'd signed the sheet. I hadn't told anyone because it was nothing, because everything is nothing until it lines up afterward. I heard tapping, I said. Mason turned. What? Last night? During close? Near the mural or the shed? I thought it was equipment. Danny's eyes moved toward the painted clouds. Tanya's face stayed controlled, but something in her shoulders lowered by a fraction. You didn't check. I checked the area. Did you check the shed? It was locked. Behind the mural? Yes. Under the platform, I stared at her. She closed her eyes briefly. Sorry, that wasn't fair. But it had been fair enough to hurt. A voice floated from beyond the barricades. A woman's voice, sharp with fear. Lily Carver. Security was bringing her closer than they should have. Erin swore under her breath and hurried toward the midway entrance. Tanya followed 2 steps, then stopped herself. She looked torn in a way I had never seen from her. Danny came back from his cart with a flashlight, a lockout bar, and a pry tool. Central Shop S sending the borescope with Pete, but we need to secure the deck before anything else. The carousel gave a soft, metallic pop. The platform shifted 3 inches, not rotated exactly. Dropped. One side settled with a heavy wooden thunk, like a tired knee giving out. The blue horse dipped lower on its pole. The page slid free from under the strap and landed on the platform at my feet, just inside the rail. At the same moment, from beneath the carousel, under the painted boards and machinery and old music pipes, came 2 small knocks. Then a pause, then 2 more. Nobody moved. The mother's voice called again from the barricade, closer now, breaking on the name. Lily. From under the platform, faint enough that I almost convinced myself it was the machinery cooling. Someone knocked back. Tanya lifted the chain. Danny said, "If we step on that deck and it shifts again." "I know," Tanya said. Mason whispered, "Oh, God." The red-bordered page lay open now, print facing up, its first instruction visible between the rail slats. If rotation ceases before rider location is confirmed, do not reset power. Manual access required through service. Hatch B. Danny looked toward the mural. "There's no Hatch B anymore," he said. Tanya turned to him slowly. He swallowed. They paneled over it during the boardwalk renovation. The carousel settled another inch with a groan from underneath, and the knocking stopped. The worst part was how quickly everyone started whispering. Not because we were calm, because Lily's mother was close enough to hear us. Security had stopped her at the boardwalk row barricade, where the midway narrowed between the fried dough stand and the old penny arcade. I could see pieces of her through the gaps between bodies. A woman in jeans and a gray sweatshirt, one hand clamped around her phone, dark hair coming loose from a clip. Her voice kept climbing and breaking on the same 2 words. "My daughter." Then a breath. "My daughter." Tanya took one look toward the barricade and made her decision. "Erin, keep her back," she said. "I don't care if you have to put every security guard in the park between her and this ride. She does not come past the arcade." Erin's face tightened. "You want me to physically block a mother from a possible rescue scene. I want you to keep her from stepping onto an unstable ride and becoming a second patient." That landed. Erin nodded once and walked fast toward the barricade, already lifting both hands in that smooth manager way, palms open, voice soft but firm. Security closed around her. Lily's mother shouted something I couldn't make out. Tanya turned to the rest of us. The carousel sat in the middle of its octagonal pavilion like an animal pretending to sleep. The outer rail ran around it waist-high, broken by the operator gate on the south side, facing the arcade. The maintenance shed was behind the cloud mural on the east side. Behind that, a narrow service lane cut between Boardwalk Row and the games warehouse, where delivery carts came through before opening. The north side faced the petting zoo path. The west side opened toward the fry stand and the public walkway where guests would eventually be rooted away, assuming guests ever listened to signs. Under the platform, Lily might have been anywhere. That was the shape of the trap, a circle with no good entrance. Danny crouched at the operator gate, and shone his flashlight through the lowest gap between the stationary platform and the concrete floor. The beam caught old grease, a bolt head, a strip of blue gum hardened into a fossil, and the yellow reach pole wedged diagonally under the inner sweep. "Don't touch the deck," he said. "I'm not touching the deck," Mason said, though he wasn't close enough to touch anything. "I'm telling everyone." The platform had settled unevenly. The side nearest the operator gate, the painted trim sat maybe 6 inches above the concrete. On the far side, near the mural, it looked closer to 4. Not much of a difference until you imagined a child under there, or a hand, or the carousel deciding to settle another inch. Tanya knelt beside Danny. "Can you see her?" "No." "Can you see Hatch B?" Danny swung the light slowly. "No. Hatch B used to be east side, under the chariot panel, about 2 horse lengths clockwise from the mural. During the renovation, they built that decorative skirt over the access line. You let them panel over an access hatch. I didn't let them do anything. I wrote 3 emails and got told the updated skirt was removable." "Is it?" He looked up at her. "We're about to find out. That was our first attempt." Danny took us around to the east side, behind the cloud mural where guests were not meant to look too closely. Up close, the painted clouds were chipped along the bottom, and the screws holding the decorative skirt to the platform were painted over in thick cream layers. The skirt was a curved wooden fascia, pretty from 10 feet away, useless from 1 foot away. It hugged the platform edge and hid the old access line entirely. Mason brought the tool bag. I brought cones, because my brain still believed cones made things safer. Tanya kept one hand on her radio and one eye on the carousel. The music had stopped, but every so often one of the canopy speakers clicked, like it was trying to remember the tune. Danny gave me the flashlight. "Hold it here." I pointed the beam where he tapped. His hands moved fast. Pry tool under the trim, twist, nothing. He tried again, harder. Paint cracked in a jagged white line. From beneath the platform came a faint scrape. We all stopped. "Lily," Tanya called, crouching low but keeping her feet on the concrete. "Lily Carver, my name is Tanya. We're here to help you. If you can hear me, knock once." Nothing. Then, from somewhere behind us, 3 quick taps. Mason backed into the mural so hard it rattled. Nope. The taps came again. Tanya lifted her flashlight toward the platform. "Wait," I said. The sound wasn't under the ride. It was above us, small and hard, tapping in an uneven rhythm from inside the canopy. Tap, 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 tap. Mason whispered, "Please tell me that's a bird." Danny squinted upward, then swore. "It's the speaker relay." He pointed with his pry tool. Near the upper ring, behind a carved cherub with one peeling cheek, a small access box ticked and twitched every few seconds. Electrical contacts clicking. Not a person, not a signal. The relief made my knees feel loose. Mason laughed once, breathless. Great. Love that my nervous system just tried to exit through my skin. "Focus," Tanya said, but her own voice had a thin edge now. Danny went back to the trim. The first screw head stripped. The second did too. Years of paint had turned them into smooth little coins. He jammed the pry tool deeper and pulled. A section of skirt cracked loose with a sound like a bat hitting a fence post. Underneath was not a hatch. It was plywood. Fresh, pressure-treated plywood, screwed across the old opening from the inside. Danny stared at it. Tanya's mouth went flat. "That looks new." "It is new." "How new?" "Newer than the renovation." He ran his fingers along the plywood edge. The screws were clean, not painted, bright metal. Someone had covered hatch B after the decorative skirt went on. Mason leaned in. Maintenance. Danny didn't answer right away. Danny, no work order came through me for this. That tightened the circle. Tanya radioed ops control. I need all maintenance work orders for Fairweather Carousel for the past 30 days. Anything involving access panels, platform skirt, electrical, or after-hours contractors. A pause. Copy. Stand by. From the barricade, Lily's mother screamed her daughter's name again, and this time it tore into a sob at the end. The sound went through me in a way the carousel music hadn't. Human panic does not echo neatly, it spreads. Danny tried the plywood with the pry tool. It flexed, but did not give. We can cut it, he said, but not with hand tools. Where's the saw? Tanya asked. Central shop. Same place as the borescope. Yeah. Mason rubbed his face. He had coffee drying in brown blotches down the front of his polo, and his usual messy confidence looked wrung out of him. Can Pete hurry up? As if called by name, a utility cart shot into the service lane behind the games warehouse and braked too hard, tires chirping on damp concrete. Pete Alvarez, 39, male, maintenance mechanic, climbed out with a hard case in one hand and a cordless reciprocating saw in the other. Pete was shorter than Danny, wider through the shoulders, with close-cropped hair and safety glasses pushed up on his head. He had the expression of a man who had been told only half the emergency and had guessed the rest correctly. Borescope, he said. Saw 2 batteries. What the hell am I walking into? Later, Danny said. That was our second attempt. The borescope camera was a black flexible line with a light at the tip and a handheld screen the size of a phone. Danny fed it through the gap near the operator gate first, because that was where the platform sat highest. Tanya lay on her stomach on the concrete beside him, not under the ride, just close enough to watch the screen. I knelt behind them with the radio volume turned low. Mason stood guard at the gate, as if he could stop machinery with his body. Pete hovered with the saw, restless. The screen showed a cramped little world in blue-white light. Grease on metal. Dust hanging from cross braces in gray beards. The underside of the carousel looked nothing like the painted animals above. It was all rods, brackets, wiring runs, and old wood. Danny guided the camera in slow arcs, narrating under his breath. Outer sweep clear, drive wheel, track, reach poles jammed against the inner brace. Don't love that, moving clockwise. No, camera clockwise. There's the lion base, chariot support. Any yellow? Tanya asked. Not yet. Yellow rain jacket. Red sneakers. My stomach kept grabbing those details and squeezing. The camera bumped something soft. On the screen, pale strands drifted across the lens. Mason made a sound. Hair. I stopped breathing. Danny froze the camera, then angled the light. The pale strands became shredded cotton candy wrapped around a bracket, pink and yellow, dried into sticky ropes with bits of gravel stuck to it. Trash, Danny said. Mason bent at the waist, hands on knees. I hate this place. Keep looking, Tanya said. Danny fed the camera deeper. Lines scraped against something and sent a shudder up the image. For a moment, we saw a flash of red. A sneaker, I saw it. Tanya saw it. Mason said, "Oh God," so softly it was almost polite. Danny pushed the camera closer. The red shape turned, not a sneaker. A prize ribbon from one of the Midway games, caught around a bolt, printed with the words "Big Winner" in gold flaking letters. Misdirection again. Explainable, stupid, cruel. Tanya pressed her thumb and forefinger hard into her eyes. "Danny, I'm looking." The camera light flickered. "Battery?" Pete asked. "No, cable pinch," Danny said. The image dipped, then steadied, aimed toward the east side where hatch B should have opened. There, beyond the reach pole and a triangular brace, something yellow appeared at the edge of the screen. Not cotton candy, not a ribbon, fabric. Nobody spoke. Danny inched forward. The picture shook. A strip of yellow raincoat was caught on a screw point at the base of a support beam. Beside it, on the dusty underside of the platform, were 4 dark scrape marks, parallel, like fingernails dragged through grime. Tanya's voice changed. "Lily, Lily, if you can hear us, we see your jacket." Knock once. A long second passed. Then one knock came from under the platform. Not loud, but real. Lily's mother heard it from the barricade. Her scream rose, and security had to hold her back. Aaron's voice threaded through it, urgent and soothing, useless against the animal logic of a parent who had just heard proof. "We have contact," Tanya said into her radio. "Possible child under Fairweather Carousel. Fire and EMS now. Repeat now. Tell them mechanical entrapment, unstable ride platform, child possibly injured." Ops control came back sharper than before. "Emergency services being called." "Already should have been," Danny muttered. Tanya ignored that because he was right, and because being right did not help. Danny kept the camera on the yellow fabric. "She's east side, near the covered hatch, maybe 3 feet in from the edge. I can't see her body. Something's blocking the view." "What?" Tanya asked. "Inner trim, maybe old chariot panel." "Maybe." The screen went black. Danny's hand jerked. "Cable stuck. Can you pull it back?" he tried. The cable tightened, then stopped. Pete crouched. "Don't yank it." "I am aware." The carousel gave another low groan. The platform shifted. Not much. Less than before. But enough that the gap at the operator side narrowed. The borescope cable pinched flat where it entered. Danny let go immediately. "Back," he snapped. "Everyone back from the rail." We moved. The platform settled with a wooden complaint that came up through my shoes. The blue horse dipped. The black stallion beside it leaned a fraction outward on its pole. Not enough to fall, enough to make the bolts at its base creak. The borescope cable was trapped under the platform now, leading from Danny's dead screen into the dark gap, like a fishing line into a sealed pond. Second attempt, partial success, then failure. We knew Lily was likely under there. We also knew the ride was shifting. Pete lifted the saw. We cut the plywood. "Not while the platform's settling," Danny said. "We can cut from the outside. And if the vibration drops the deck on her." Pete lowered the saw, jaw working. Tanya looked toward the east side, then west, mapping it the way I was. Operator gate south. Mural and covered hatch east. Service lane behind that. Barricade and Lily's mother west. Petting zoo path north. Fire trucks, if they came through the service gate, would have to enter from the east lane behind the games warehouse. "How long for fire?" she asked Aaron over radio. Aaron answered from the barricade, voice strained under Lily's mother's crying. "Dispatch says 6 to 8 minutes if service gate is open." Open, a pause. Security is checking. That pause was too long. Tanya closed her eyes for half a second. Security should already know. Mason, who had been quiet too long, said, "There's the animal gate." We turned to him. He pointed north past the carousel, toward the petting zoo path. Behind the goat barn, there's a double gate for hay deliveries. It backs onto the same service road, but closer to Fairweather. We could get EMS stretcher access from there. Tanya frowned. Is it unlocked? Mason hesitated. Mason, usually no, but he rubbed the back of his neck. But Josh props it sometimes when he smokes behind the feed shed. Josh, my closing partner from last night. The name touched every exposed nerve I had. Tanya radioed security to check the animal gate. Then she looked at me. Where is Josh? I had not thought to ask that, and the shame of it came hot and fast. Mason answered before I could. He texted the group chat this morning. Said he was sick. Tanya's stare sharpened. What time? 6 something. Show me. Mason pulled out his phone, thumbed through with clumsy fingers, and handed it over. Tanya read the message. Her expression did not change, but the way she held the phone did. What? I asked. She turned the screen toward me. Josh can't come in. Food poisoning or something. Tell Tanya sorry. Sent 6:03 a.m. below it. Mason had replied with a vomit emoji. 2 other seasonal employees had liked the message. Nothing strange, except now everything was strange. Tanya gave the phone back. Call him. Mason tapped Josh's contact and put it on speaker. It rang 6 times. Voicemail. Mason tried again. Voicemail. From the east side, Pete said, guys. He was standing by the mural, looking down at the cracked skirt where they had exposed the plywood. On the plywood, near one clean screw head, someone had drawn an arrow in black marker. Not big, not obvious. Just a short arrow pointing down toward the covered hatch seam. Beside it were 2 letters. B.I. Danny stared. That wasn't there during renovation. Tanya said, bye. Maybe B1, Pete said. Or initials. I thought of the page. Service, Hatch B, Mason said. Could be B and Roman numeral 1. Like Hatch B1, Danny shook his head. There was only one B hatch. Tanya photographed it with her phone. No one touched that area more than necessary. The trap tightened again. Not just a mechanical failure. Someone had worked here. Someone had covered a rescue access point recently, marked it, and either didn't tell maintenance or made sure there was no record. And a child might now be trapped behind it. The radio crackled with security. Zone C, animal gate is locked. Key not in box. Tanya's voice became dangerously calm. Say again. Key not in Knox-style lockbox. Padlock present. We're looking for bolt cutters. Aaron came over the radio too. Fire is at the main service entrance, but delivery truck is blocking the lane by receiving. They're moving it. Danny looked like he might throw his radio into the carousel. Time became physical then, not numbers. Wait. I could feel it in my legs from crouching, in my throat from calling Lily's name, in the sour sweat drying under my collar. Mason's hands kept opening and closing at his sides. Pete changed the saw battery, even though we hadn't used it. Tanya had a smear of grease across her cheek and no idea it was there. From beneath the platform came another knock, then a tiny voice. Mom. It was so faint that for half a second I thought the canopy relay had clicked again. But Lily's mother heard it. She broke through. Not past everyone. Not cleanly. She ducked under one security guard's arm, stumbled around Aaron, and ran along the west side of the carousel, sobbing, Lily, baby, I'm here. Stop her, Tanya shouted. I moved without thinking. So did Mason. We intercepted her near the operator gate. She was stronger than she looked, all panic and elbows, phone still in one hand, nails digging into my forearm as I caught her. Let me go, she screamed. That's my child. I know, I said, and my voice cracked. I know, but the floor can drop. I heard her. We heard her too. That slowed her for 1 second. She looked at me then, really looked. And what I saw in her face was worse than anger because it was begging. "Please," she said, "please get her out." Her name was Melissa Carver, 31, female, Lily's mother, and up close she looked like she had aged 10 years since sunrise. She had mascara under one eye, mud on her sneakers, and a pink phone case with a child's sticker peeling off the back. She was not a problem to manage. She was what the problem meant. Tanya came up beside me. "Miss Carver, we have contact with Lily. Fire is arriving. We need you to stay where she can hear your voice, but not where the platform can hurt you." Melissa shook her head. "She hates dark spaces. She hides when she's scared. She won't answer strangers." That was a new fact, and it mattered. Tanya softened. "Then talk to her from here. Here, right here. Do not cross the rail. Tell her to keep still." Melissa gripped the rail with both hands and leaned down. Lily, it's Mom. Don't move, okay? Don't try to crawl. Just stay where you are." A muffled sound came from under the carousel. Not words, crying maybe. Then, from the east side, the reciprocating saw started. Everyone jumped. "Pete," Tanya barked. Pete had the blade against the plywood. Danny shoved the saw away before it bit more than a quarter inch. The two men nearly slammed into the mural. "What the hell are you doing?" Danny shouted, making an opening. "You don't cut blind over a trapped kid. We can't wait forever. And we can't vibrate the deck down on her." Pete's face was red. "Then give me something to do besides watch a child suffocate under a carnival antique." The word suffocate hit Melissa like a slap. She made a noise and folded against the rail. Tanya pointed at Pete. "Back away from the saw." Pete backed away, breathing hard. Third attempt stopped before it became a disaster. Then the park lights flickered. Not just the carousel. The whole boardwalk row, arcade signs, midway bulbs, the fry stand menu. Everything dimmed, surged bright, dimmed again. From the dead control panel came a beep. One clean electronic beep. The black screen lit. Mason whispered, "No." The panel displayed a boot logo, then a status line. "Power restored, calibrating home position." Danny sprinted to the pedestal. Nobody touched the platform. The carousel motor engaged with a low thump beneath the floor. The blue horse jerked half an inch. Melissa screamed Lily's name. Danny ripped open the lower panel and reached inside, then snatched his hand back with a curse. A red line opened across the back of his knuckles, where something sharp had caught him. "Contactors pulling in," he said. "It's trying to restart." Tanya grabbed her radio. "Kill boardwalk power. Now." Ops control answered, panicked. "We show boardwalk power already isolated. Then isolate upstream. We need facilities." The carousel lights brightened. The music began again, not fully, just the first few notes winding up out of order. Danny slammed the lockout bar into the mechanism under the pedestal, wedging it across the manual linkage. Pete threw his shoulder against the operator gate to keep it from rattling open. Mason grabbed Melissa and pulled her back from the rail as the platform shuddered. "Claire," Tanya shouted, "read the page." The red-bordered page still lay on the platform just inside the rail, close enough now, but the deck was trembling. I dropped to my knees outside the rail and flattened myself until my cheek almost touched the concrete. The platform edge hovered inches away. My arm fit through the lowest gap if I turned my wrist sideways. "Don't reach," Danny snapped. I reached. My fingers closed on paper. The carousel jerked again, dragging the page an inch. I held on. The edge sliced into my thumb, sharp and ridiculous. I pulled the sheet free and fell backward onto the concrete. Mason shouted something. Melissa was crying. Danny was bleeding onto the control pedestal. The music coughed through 3 warped notes and stopped. I sat up, breathless, and read the next visible line. In event of false power isolation, locate secondary feed AT maintenance closet east wall. Do not use operator reset. Secondary feed, I said. Danny went still. Tanya turned toward the maintenance shed behind the mural. There is no secondary feed, Danny said, but his voice had changed. There shouldn't be. The carousel motor thumped again, harder this time. From under the platform, Lily screamed. Not knocked, not whimpered, screamed. And then the platform began to move. Only an inch at first, then another. Danny threw himself against the pedestal linkage. Pete grabbed the lockout bar with him. Tanya shoved the chain open and stepped through the operator gate onto the threshold, 1 foot on concrete, 1 on the trembling edge of the ride, trying to reach the emergency brake housing. Get out of there, I yelled. She didn't. Melissa broke free of Mason and lunged for the rail. He caught her around the waist, and she fought him so hard they both went down. The carousel crawled forward, slow enough to see every inch, strong enough that nothing human was going to stop it for long. On the east side, behind the cracked mural and the plywood-covered hatch, a section of decorative skirt bowed outward. Once, twice, like something underneath was pushing against it. Tanya looked at me from the gate, and in that second the choice disappeared. Waiting was over. Procedure was over. Fire was still trapped behind a delivery truck. The animal gate was locked. The hatch was covered, and the carousel was trying to rotate with Lily somewhere beneath it. Danny shouted, "If it completes home calibration, it'll run a full cycle." "How long?" Tanya yelled. "Maybe 40 seconds. The platform ground forward another inch. The bowed east panel cracked down the middle. A small hand appeared through the split plywood and vanished. Melissa saw it and screamed so hard her voice broke apart. I was already moving toward the mural. Mason scrambled up behind me. Pete grabbed the saw from the ground. Danny yelled for us to stop, but he was pinned at the pedestal with both hands on the lockout bar, blood running down his wrist. There was no safe side anymore. By the time I reached the east wall, the carousel had started its slow, unstoppable crawl. The hidden hatch was splitting open from the wrong side, and Lily Carver was alive beneath a machine that had just decided to finish what it started. Pete hit the plywood with the saw like he was trying to cut through guilt itself. The blade screamed. Not a clean construction site scream. This was uglier, boxed in by the carousel pavilion and chopped up by the music trying to start above us. The first few notes of Over the Waves came through the canopy speakers in sick little bursts, then dropped out, then came back slower. The platform crawled clockwise. 1 inch. Another. The blue horse moved away from the operator gate, its chipped saddle rising with a tired scrape. Danny and Tanya were at the south side, by the control pedestal, fighting the carousel with their bodies. Pete and I were at the east side, behind the cloud mural, where the decorative skirt had cracked, and the hidden service hatch was trying to become real again. Mason was behind me with Melissa Carver, both of them on the concrete, both trying not to let her throw herself under the rail. "Lily," Melissa shouted, "baby, answer me." From under the platform came a thin, panicked cry. "Mom." The saw kicked in Pete's hands. He cursed and yanked it back. The blade had struck a screw. "Angle it," I said, He shot me a look, sweat running down the side of his face. You want to do it? No, I want you not to hit her. That shut us both up for half a second. Pete changed his grip, pressed the saw shoe flat against the plywood, and cut lower, where the page had said hatch B should be. The fresh plywood had split already from Lily pushing on it, but it wasn't enough. I could see 2 of her fingers through the crack. Small, dirty, the nails broken down to jagged crescents. Lily, I said, dropping to my knees, pull your hand back. Sweetheart, pull your hand back from the wood. I'm stuck, she sobbed. Your hand, just your hand. I can't see. I know, follow my voice. Hand back. The fingers vanished. Clear, I told Pete. He cut. The blade chewed a short vertical line, then another across the bottom. The smell hit me first. Hot wood, old grease, and something sour from under the carousel, like wet clothing left in a locker. Sawdust stuck to the sweat on my wrist. My thumb throbbed where the handbook page had sliced it. The carousel jerked. The cut widened crookedly. Stop, Danny shouted from the control pedestal. Pete lifted the saw. The platform moved another 2 inches. A horse pole groaned overhead. Beneath the deck, metal dragged against metal with the deep, stubborn sound of a machine, not understanding that people were begging it to stop. At the south side, Danny had both hands on the lockout bar jammed into the pedestal linkage. His injured hand was slick red. Tanya was half inside the operator threshold, bracing 1 foot against the concrete and 1 against the edge of the platform, shoulder pressed into the emergency brake housing. She was not supposed to be there. She knew it. The carousel didn't care. Secondary feed, I shouted. East wall, maintenance closet. Danny snapped his head toward me. Shed behind the shelves. Where? Back wall, right side. If it exists, it'll be conduit into a gray junction box. Kill anything feeding out of it. Pete looked at me. I looked at him. I'll go, he said. You're cutting. You know electrical. No. Then I'll go. He thrust the saw into my hands. It was heavier than I expected. Warm. Vibrating even after he released the trigger. No, I said. Yes. He leaned close enough that I smelled coffee and metal on his breath. Cut small. Cut away from the hand. If you see skin, stop. Then he was gone, sprinting around the mural toward the maintenance shed. I stared at the saw. I had operated rides. I had swept vomit into absorbent powder. I had told angry fathers their kids were too short by half an inch. I had never cut into a carousel with a child underneath it. The blade trembled in my hands because I did. Not because of the tool, because of me. Mason crouched beside me. Claire, I can't. You can. I can't see where she is. He swallowed and leaned toward the crack. Lily, hey, my name's Mason. I'm the guy who spilled coffee all over himself earlier. Not relevant, just embarrassing. A weak, confused hiccup came from under the platform. Mason kept going, voice shaking but gentle. Can you move your fingers again, but lower? Like touch the bottom of the board. No, Lily cried. My shoes caught. Her shoe, red sneakers. Which shoe? I asked. My right, it hurts. Can you wiggle your left foot? I don't know. Try. A small scraping sound came from inside. Then a soft knock against the wood, lower than the crack. Mason pointed. There. She's lower and left of the split. The carousel pulled against Danny's lockout bar. The whole pedestal rattled. Claire, Tanya yelled. Now, I set the saw against the plywood. The first cut bounced. I almost dropped it. Mason grabbed my elbow but didn't touch the saw. Again, I pressed harder, trigger, screech. Sawdust burst out in a pale fan. The blade slid down, then snagged, then freed itself. I stopped after 4 inches, breath coming too fast. Again, Mason said, "I know," another cut. Horizontal this time. The saw fought me. The wood smoked. Something popped behind the panel. I stopped instantly. "Lily, I'm here. Did I touch you?" No. The relief almost made me useless. At the south side, Danny screamed, "Pete." From inside the maintenance shed came a crash. A shelf falling. Then Pete shouted, muffled, "I found it." The carousel lights flared bright. Every bulb under the canopy came alive at once, too white for morning. The mirrors flashed around the center column. For 1 second, I saw all of us in fragments. Mason's open mouth, my own face streaked with sawdust, Melissa's hands clamped over the rail, Tanya bent at a brutal angle, Danny bleeding into the machinery. Then the motor surged. The lockout bar bent. Danny fell to one knee, but held on. Tanya slammed her shoulder harder into the brake housing and cried out, a sharp, bitten sound. Her foot slipped on the platform edge. The carousel dragged her a few inches before she caught the rail. "Tanya." I shouted, "Cut," she shouted back. I cut, no more thinking. Vertical, horizontal, lower, stop, listen. Lily crying, "Good, alive," cut again. The plywood panel loosened but didn't fall. It was still held by one screw near the top, bright metal, the one Danny had said was new. I jammed my fingers under the edge and pulled. It flexed. Not enough. "Mason." He shoved his hands into the split beside mine. We pulled together. The wood bit into my palm. Mason grunted. The panel cracked, tearing around the screw. A triangular piece came free and dropped outward onto the concrete. The opening was small, too small for a child to crawl through, but big enough to see inside. Lily Carver was curled on her side beneath the carousel, wedged between a low cross brace and the old chariot support. She wore a yellow rain jacket, smeared black at the elbows. One red sneaker was trapped under a metal linkage rod. Her other shoe was gone. Her face was gray with dust, except for 2 clean lines under her eyes where tears had cut through. She blinked at the light like it hurt. Melissa made a sound behind us that I will never forget. It had her daughter's name in it, but not as a word. "Lily," I said, forcing my voice level. "Don't move toward us yet. I want Mom. I know, we're getting your shoe loose first. It hurts." "I know." The carousel lurched again. The metal linkage pinning her shoe shifted. Lily screamed. Melissa broke Mason's grip and lunged to the opening. He caught her around the shoulders this time, both of them stumbling. "You can't fit. You'll block the hole." "Let go of me. I can't," she hit him. Not hard enough to injure, hard enough to mean it. He took it and held on. At the shed, Pete shouted, "There's a lock on the box." Danny, still at the pedestal, yelled back, "Cut it." "With what? My teeth?" "Bolt cutters on the cart." The cart was on the south side. Between Pete and the cart was the carousel. Between all of us and time was the carousel. I looked through the opening at Lily's foot. The red sneaker was pinned under a flat bar connected to the rotating sweep. The bar had moved just enough to trap the rubber sole, not crush her foot completely. But if the carousel completed calibration and the bar traveled through its arc, it would drag her leg under the brace. No mystery there. No metaphor. Just leverage. Lay flat on the concrete and reached through the opening. My shoulder scraped the broken plywood. The edge caught my uniform sleeve and tore it. My fingers reached Lily's ankle. She flinched. Sorry, I'm not pulling yet. Please don't let it move." I'm trying. I was. Not directly. That was the worst truth. I had my hand on a child's ankle while other people held back thousands of pounds of machinery with bars, brakes, and stubbornness. "Can you untie your shoe?" I asked. My fingers hurt. "Okay." I slid my hand lower. The sneaker was wet, not soaked, but damp from whatever grime collected under the platform overnight. The laces were double knotted. Of course they were. Some parent had loved her well enough to double knot her shoes before she left the house. My fingers fumbled. The carousel jolted. The bar tightened. Lily screamed again, higher. I yanked my hand back before the linkage could catch my wrist. The metal scraped my knuckles open anyway, a fast, bright pain. "I can't get the lace," I said. Danny heard me. "Cut the shoe." "With what?" Mason patted his pockets like a man searching for a miracle. "I have keys, phone, pen, nothing." Melissa suddenly stopped fighting him. Her face changed. "My keys," she said. "I have a seatbelt cutter." "What?" "In my car keychain. For emergencies. Pink thing." Mason let go with one arm while still blocking her from the opening. She tore through her purse with shaking hands, dumping tissues, receipts, a granola bar, and a small plastic toy horse onto the concrete. Then she held out a pink keychain cutter, the kind with a protected razor notch. It was tiny. It was perfect. She pushed it into my hand. "Please." I reached back through. This time Lily stayed still except for sobbing. I hooked the cutter under the laces and pulled. The first lace snapped, then the second. I shoved 2 fingers into the heel of the shoe and tried to peel it off. It didn't move. Her foot was swollen. "Lily, this is going to hurt." "No, I'm sorry." "No, no, no." I pulled. The sneaker came halfway off. Lily kicked by reflex. The trapped sole twisted under the linkage. The bar shifted again. My wrist was suddenly between the shoe and the brace. For half a second I was stuck. The carousel tugged. Pain shot up my arm, hot and electric. I made a noise I didn't recognize as mine. Mason grabbed my belt from behind and hauled backward. My wrist tore free. Skin stayed behind. The red sneaker came with me, caught on 2 of my fingers. Lily's foot was free. I rolled onto my back, clutching the shoe against my chest like I had rescued the wrong thing. "Now pull her," Melissa screamed. "Wait," Danny shouted. "Wait." But waiting had become a word from another life. The motor surged again. The platform moved 6 inches in one ugly crawl. At the south side, the lockout bar bent fully and popped loose. Danny fell backward onto the concrete. Tanya, still braced at the brake housing, went down hard on one knee on the platform edge. The carousel began to rotate. Slowly, but truly, the horses moved. The lion passed the operator gate. The blue horse scraped overhead. The linkage that had pinned Lily's shoe started its next sweep. "Claire," Tanya shouted. I rolled back to the opening and reached both arms in. "Lily, crawl to me." "I can't." "Yes, you can." My jacket stuck. The yellow raincoat had snagged on the same screw point the borescope had found. The screw held the fabric at her shoulder, pinning her twisted between brace and panel. Payoff. Another stupid, tiny thing turned deadly. "Take it off," I yelled. The zipper stuck. Mason dropped beside me with the saw. "Move." "No saw," I said. "I'm not cutting near her." He flipped it around and used the blunt battery end like a hammer, smashing at the remaining plywood around the opening. Once, twice, the wood cracked wider. Melissa leaned over us, talking to Lily in a shaking stream. "Baby, listen to Claire. Listen to her voice. You are so brave. You are doing so good." I'm right here. I'm right here. Pete burst from the shed with bolt cutters. He must have found them somewhere inside, because he came out carrying them like a weapon, shoulder streaked with dust, cheek bleeding from a shallow cut. "Box lock," he shouted. Danny, from the ground, pointed with his injured hand. "Kill it." Pete disappeared back inside. The carousel picked up another fraction of speed. Not full cycle yet. Calibration crawl. Enough. Lily's jacket stretched as the platform movement dragged the snagged fabric. Her body slid an inch away from us. "No," I said. I reached in with the pink cutter. The opening was wider now, but still jagged. Broken plywood dug into my ribs. My bad wrist screamed when I put weight on it. I ignored it because Lily's face was right there, eyes huge and unfocused. "Hold still." I hooked the cutter into the raincoat fabric at her shoulder. It didn't cut, too thick. I tried again, sawing like an idiot with a tool made for seatbelts. The fabric frayed. The screw held. Mason shoved his arm in beside mine with his pen, a cheap plastic ballpoint. He jammed it under the fabric and lifted, making space. "Now," he grunted. I pulled the cutter hard. The raincoat tore. Lily slid forward suddenly, free of the screw but not free of the space. Her hip caught on the brace. The platform dragged again. Her head bumped the underside of the deck. She went quiet, too quiet. "Lily," Melissa said. No answer. "Lily." A metallic crack came from inside the shed. Then Pete shouted, "Power's dead." The carousel lights went out. The music stopped mid-note. The motor died. But the platform still coasted. Momentum. Not magic, not spite. Just mass and gears and the last shove of a machine already in motion. It rolled another few inches. Lily's body shifted toward the sweep bar. Danny, bleeding and limping, threw himself against the platform trim on the south side with both shoulders. Tanya did the same from the gate, face twisted with pain. Mason left the opening and ran to help them, slamming his weight into the outer edge. It should not have worked. 3 people cannot stop a carousel, but it was already dying. It was coasting, not driving. Their weight and the jammed reach pole and whatever Danny had bent in the pedestal stole just enough motion. The platform shuddered, stopped. No one celebrated. There was no room for it. I reached in and grabbed Lily under both arms. My right wrist nearly folded. I screamed through my teeth and pulled anyway. Melissa grabbed the back of my shirt, anchoring me. Sin came back, dropped flat, reached over my shoulder, and caught Lily's other arm. Together, we dragged her toward the broken hatch. Her hips stuck. "Turn her," Danny rasped from somewhere behind us. "Shoulder first." "Lily," I said, "we're turning you. Don't fight." She didn't answer. I hated that. We rotated her as gently as panic allowed. Her jacket tore more. Her bare right foot scraped over the concrete lip beneath the platform. She made a small sound then, a breathy animal whimper. Alive. Mason pulled. I pulled. Melissa sobbed and whispered, "Come on, come on, come on." Lily came through the hatch in a rush of dust, yellow plastic, and limp limbs. We slid backward with her. My shoulder hit the mural. Mason landed on his side. Melissa crawled over both of us and gathered Lily into her lap before anyone could tell her not to. For 2 seconds, the world shrank to a mother rocking her child on filthy concrete beneath painted clouds. Then training returned, ugly and useful. "Don't move her too much," Tanya said, limping toward us. "Keep her still. Check breathing." Melissa froze, arms around Lily, but not squeezing now. Lily coughed. It was the best sound I had ever heard. She coughed again, gagged, and began to cry. Not loud, not strong, but steady. Melissa folded over her, shaking. Danny sank down beside the operator gate, holding his bleeding hand against his chest. Tanya sat hard on the threshold, one knee already swelling under her black pants, her face gray with pain. Mason stared at the red sneaker still near my leg, and then looked away like it had accused him of something. Pete came out of the shed, carrying the broken lock from the secondary feed box. "Somebody wired it," he said, breathless. "Not code, not park work. Extension feed through the east wall conduit, tied into the ride control after the disconnect. Hidden behind shelves." Aaron's voice came from the midway. "Fire S here." Boots pounded down the service lane. "Real help, late but real." I should have felt relief. I did, somewhere. Mostly I felt the concrete under my knees, the burn in my wrist, the wet warmth of blood running along my thumb, and the horrible delayed knowledge that Lily had been under my ride, while I signed a sheet saying she was. A firefighter knelt beside Melissa. Another moved toward Danny. Someone asked me if I was injured, and I said no while holding my wrist against my stomach because I didn't want one more person looking at me. Tanya heard me lie. Even sitting on the platform edge, even in pain, she heard it. "Claire," she said. I looked at her. Her eyes went to my wrist, then to the broken hatch, then to Lily. "We got her out," she said. "It was not forgiveness. It was not absolution. It was just the fact we had. And for that moment, facts were all any of us could stand." Behind us, the Fairweather carousel sat dead at last. Horses frozen mid-rise, mirrors dark. The blue saddled horse stopped near the operator gate with its chipped paint and scraping bracket and empty leather strap. On the concrete near the broken hatch, Melissa's little plastic toy horse had fallen from her purse during the struggle. It lay on its side in sawdust, one painted eye staring toward the plywood we had torn open. Inside the maintenance shed, the secondary feed box hung open. The fresh plywood over hatch B was split outward, and on the remaining piece of wood, just below the black arrow and the letters we still couldn't explain, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small smear of orange plastic, the same color as my ride ops key tag, or Josh's, or anyone's, if they had access. Firefighters moved between me and the mark before I could point it out. Lily coughed again. The carousel did not move, but even with the power dead, even with the motor quiet, I could still hear the tune in my head lagging half a beat behind itself, as if one version of the morning had stopped and another was still trying to catch up. They put Lily on a backboard, even though she kept asking to sit up. That was the first ordinary thing that made the morning feel worse. Not the carousel, not the hidden wire, not the music that still seemed to twitch behind my teeth after the speakers went dead. It was the sight of a 9-year-old girl arguing weakly with paramedics because the strap scared her, because the cervical collar made her chin itch, because she wanted her mother's hand and didn't understand why everyone kept telling Melissa to stand on one side, then the other, then please, ma'am, give us room. Lily was alive. That should have made everything simpler. It didn't. Her right ankle had swollen around the sock until the fabric cut a line into her skin. Her left cheek was scraped raw. She had bruising along her ribs where she'd been wedged against the cross brace, and the paramedic who checked her pupils kept asking if she knew what day it was. She did not. She knew it was summer. She knew she was at Whistle Stop Grove. She knew her mother was crying because she kept saying, "Mom, I'm sorry," in a cracked little voice that made Melissa shake harder every time. "You don't apologize," Melissa said, bending close while the EMT worked. "You hear me? You don't apologize for being scared." Lily blinked up at her. "I dropped my phone. We'll get another phone. It has the horse picture. We'll get another picture." That broke me more than I expected. I was sitting on the concrete near the east side of the carousel, my back against the painted cloud mural, while a firefighter wrapped my wrist. The first strip of gauze went around too tight, and I hissed through my teeth. "Sorry," he said. He was maybe 30, male, with a shaved head and a calm voice that sounded practiced but not fake. "Can you move your fingers?" I moved them. Pain ran from my knuckles to my elbow. "Probably not broken," he said. "Needs cleaning. Maybe stitches here." He pointed to the torn skin where the linkage had scraped me. I nodded like he had told me the weather. Across the platform, Tanya sat on the loading threshold with an ice pack against her knee. She was refusing transport in the exact tone she used when teenagers tried to argue height restrictions. "I can feel my toes," she told the EMT. "I can bend it. I am not taking an ambulance ride for a sprain." The EMT looked at the swelling. "Might be more than a sprain." "Then urgent care can enjoy my company." Danny was less stubborn only because he had lost enough blood from his hand to make even him look reasonable. He sat on the back bumper of the fire truck while another paramedic cleaned the cut across his knuckles. Every time the antiseptic touched him, his jaw jumped, but he kept staring at the maintenance shed as if he could shame it into explaining itself. Pete leaned against the open shed door, arms folded, sawdust in his hair. He had not said much since cutting the power. When a police officer asked him to describe the secondary feed, he did it in short, careful sentences. Non-standard wiring, hidden junction, fed after the ride disconnect, not park spec, not labeled, lock installed on the secondary box. The officer, a woman in her 40s named Ramirez, wrote that down. Who had access? Pete looked toward Danny. Danny answered without being asked. Maintenance leads. Operations leads for lockout. Supervisors. Some contractors, depending on the job. Too many people, if you want the honest answer. Officer Ramirez did not look surprised. Police never seemed surprised in the way people hoped they would. She just wrote more. By then, the park had made its official announcement. Mechanical issue in Boardwalk Row. Delayed opening of select attractions. Guests were being redirected through Garden Lane with free drink vouchers. You could hear them beyond the barricades. That restless crowd noise that happens when people know something is wrong, but have not yet been given permission to call it wrong. Children whined. Parents asked employees questions the employees could not answer. Somewhere, unbelievably, someone laughed near the ring toss booth. Normal life kept walking around the hole. Aaron stood near the arcade doors with 2 police officers and a man from corporate risk management who had arrived too fast for my comfort. He wore a navy blazer in July and had a tablet tucked under one arm. His face had the polite blankness of someone already deciding which words could become liability. No interviews on site, he told Aaron. Aaron's voice was tired enough to be honest. Police are interviewing everyone. I mean staff to media. There is no media. He looked toward the front gate. There will be. She rubbed both hands over her face, smearing mascara under one eye. It made her look younger. A child was trapped under a ride. I'm aware. No, she said, and her voice sharpened. "You are informed, that's different." I liked her better for that. Officer Ramirez came to me after Lily's ambulance left. Melissa rode with her. Before they closed the doors, she looked back once toward the carousel, then at me. I expected anger. I almost wanted it. It would have given my guilt a place to stand. Instead, she said, "Thank you," 2 words. Raw, not forgiving, not absolving, just true from where she was standing. I couldn't answer before the ambulance pulled away. Ramirez crouched so she wasn't towering over me. "Claire Weller, yes, you were lead attendant last night. Yes, and you performed closing sweep with Josh Haynes." "Spell that." I did. Josh Haynes, 21, male, seasonal ride attendant, had not appeared during the rescue, which had made him feel less like a coworker and more like an empty space shaped exactly like suspicion. I told Ramirez about his sick text, about his voicemail, about the tapping I had heard and dismissed. I told her about signing the sheet at 10:14 p.m. My voice stayed steady until I got to that part. Then it didn't. "I should have checked again," I said. Ramirez paused her pen. "You checked the ride?" "Yes." "Found no child?" "No." "Was the park closed to guests?" "Yes." "Were you trained to inspect beneath the carousel platform during routine closing?" "No." That answer hurt because it was helpful. Procedure reaching out to protect me after procedure had failed Lily. Ramirez wrote something down. "We'll need the closing sheet. It's an ops. We'll collect it." I looked at my phone, I said. She glanced up. At 10:13, my brother texted. It was only a few seconds, but I looked away. Ramirez did not soften or harden. "Okay." I heard tapping before that. "Where?" "Near the mural. I thought it was equipment." "Okay." The second okay was worse. It did not punish me. It simply made room for the fact and moved on. Later, we found out Josh had not been sick, not in the way he claimed. Security located him at his apartment around noon after police asked for a welfare check. He had a cut on one forearm and a story that changed 3 times before he stopped talking. By then, detectives had already pulled badge logs and camera footage from the service road. The footage was not dramatic. That almost made it more horrible. At 10:36 p.m., Lily Carver appeared near the petting zoo path, small in her yellow rain jacket, walking along the fence line with her phone light on. She had slipped through the animal gate, which had not latched properly because someone had looped a piece of trash bag tie around the striker plate. She had come to the park after arguing with a friend at a sleepover 2 neighborhoods over. She knew Whistle Stop Grove from day trips. She thought, according to what she later told police, that if she waited by the carousel until morning, someone would help her call home. At 10:42 p.m., the camera caught Josh at the east side of Fairweather. He was not alone in the frame at first. Lily was there too, half hidden by the mural. There was no audio. That was one mercy or one cruelty, depending on which part of me was looking. Josh seemed to speak to her. She stepped back. He pointed toward the chariot entrance, maybe telling her to hide, maybe telling her not to. We didn't know. Then the camera flickered from a power test Danny swore no one had authorized. When the picture returned, Lily was gone. Josh was carrying a cordless drill. That was enough to arrest him for reckless endangerment, obstruction, and a list of charges I only half understood. The illegal secondary feed had apparently been his solution to a problem he created weeks earlier, after he damaged part of the carousel control wiring during an unauthorized after-hours test. He had been cycling the ride without logging it, trying to avoid a write-up, feeding power through a hidden line he thought he could remove before inspection. The fresh plywood over hatch B had been his patch over another patch, installed after he found the old access loose and worried maintenance would notice. When Lily showed up, he panicked. That was the word people used, panicked. It sounded too small to hold the image of that plywood. He told police he thought she had run away from the carousel before the automatic cycle started. He said he heard knocking later, but convinced himself it was the relay box. He said he came back before dawn, saw the carousel moving, and left the handbook page because he was scared to call anyone directly. I did not know which parts were lies. I did not know if it mattered. The animal gate key was found in his backpack. So was an orange Ride Ops key tag, cracked at one corner. That explained the smear near the hatch. Closed question on paper. Paper is good at pretending things are closed. Whistle Stop Grove shut down Boardwalk Row for the rest of the season. The official statement said an employee had violated safety procedures and that the park was cooperating fully with authorities. It mentioned enhanced training, third-party inspections, and support for the affected family. It did not mention the sound Lily made when we pulled her through the hatch. It did not mention Melissa's seatbelt cutter. It did not mention that Tanya had to wear a hinged knee brace for 6 weeks, or that Danny lost some movement in 2 fingers, or that Mason quit before his next scheduled shift and mailed his uniform back in a grocery bag. Pete stayed. Danny stayed. Tanya stayed too, because of course she did, though she stopped calling me ears. Not unkindly. She just didn't. I went back after 10 days. People asked me why. Some asked with judgment, some with concern, some because they wanted a better story than the one in the local news. I told them I needed the money. That was true. I told them I didn't want the last thing I did there to be the worst thing that happened there. That was also true. Mostly, I went back because staying away made the carousel larger in my head, and I needed to see it as wood and metal again. It was covered in a white tarp when I returned. Fairweather looked smaller under it. The pavilion had caution tape across every entrance. The operator booth was empty. The coin press machine was unplugged. The nearby fry stand opened like nothing had happened. And by noon, the smell of oil and powdered sugar moved through Boardwalk Row as if it owned the air. Guests still wandered to the barricade and asked, "Is the carousel closed?" Employees still said, "For maintenance." Everyone understood the script. My new assignment was the kiddie train near Garden Lane. It ran on a simple oval track with a bell that stuck if you didn't tap the housing twice before dispatch. I checked every lap bar twice, then 3 times. I walked the platform until my supervisor told me I was slowing dispatch. "I'm being careful," I said. "I know," she said gently, "but careful still has to move." That stayed with me. Careful still has to move. At close, I did not just check the train. I checked under benches, behind trash cans, inside the little tunnel where kids like to throw popcorn. I checked until my knees hurt. I kept my phone in my locker. No one teased me. News about Lily came through Tanya unofficially. Broken ankle, mild concussion, dehydration, nightmares, therapy. Melissa had hired a lawyer. "Good," Tanya said, and I agreed. One afternoon in August, a thank you card arrived at operations in a pale yellow envelope. Melissa had written it. Lily had signed her name in purple marker, the letters uneven. There was a drawing inside of a carousel horse, but it was not blue. It was pink, with wings, and beneath it, Lily had written, "I am not going on rides for a while." That made Tanya laugh once, very softly, and then she had to step into the hallway. I kept a copy of the final incident report for myself. I wasn't supposed to, probably. It sat folded in the back of my employee locker behind extra socks and a granola bar I never ate. Sometimes, before shift, I would unfold it and read the timeline like repetition could make it cleaner. 10:14 p.m. ride closed. 10:36 p.m. minor enters restricted area. 10:42 p.m. employee observed in unauthorized location. 10:47 p.m. minor sends photo. 5:58 a.m. carousel observed in motion. 6:41 a.m. minor extricated alive. That was the official shape. But the report left things out. It left out the first tapping I heard. It left out the way the carousel music lagged behind itself. It left out that the handbook page had been folded under the blue horses, strapped so neatly that even Danny, who hated mysteries, admitted it must have been placed after the ride started moving. Josh said he tossed it onto the platform from the rail before leaving. He said the motion must have carried it there. Maybe. Machines do strange things with paper. Air currents, vibration, luck. Maybe the fold caught exactly where it needed to. The park reopened most of Boardwalk Row by Labor Day. The carousel did not reopen. Corporate said it was awaiting evaluation, then awaiting parts, then under long-term review. By October, the tarp had dark stains where rainwater pooled. By November, the brass poles had begun to dull. I walked past it on my last day of the season. The park was nearly empty, only weekend hours then, all pumpkins and fake cobwebs and cinnamon smell pumped from the snack carts. The Fairweather Pavilion sat behind temporary fencing, its sign removed, its platform still hidden under white vinyl. A breeze moved through the open sides and lifted one corner of the tarp, just enough to show the lower half of a blue-painted horse. I stopped. No music played. No lights flickered. No hidden motor woke up. Somewhere behind me, the kiddie train bell stuck, and a new attendant tapped it twice, exactly like I had taught her. Normal, almost. Then, from under the tarp, I heard one small sound. Tap. I stood very still. A second tap followed. Then a third, quicker. For one stupid second, my body believed in every impossible thing my brain rejected. Then a squirrel shot out from beneath the platform's skirt with a stolen fry carton in its mouth, claws skittering on the concrete, tail high like a flag. It vanished under the fence and into the shrubs by the closed arcade. I laughed, not because it was funny, because my knees had nearly given out, and laughing was what came instead. I walked to the employee exit with the sound of my own breath in my ears. At the gate, I looked back once. The tarp had settled again. The carousel did not move. Still, before I left, I found Tanya in ops and told her what I had heard. The squirrel, the tarp, the stupid taps. She listened without smiling. Then she picked up the radio and called maintenance to check Fairweather before dark. That was how we lived with it afterward. Not terrified, not fine, just unwilling to let small sounds stay small without looking. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, I'm a night janitor at a wax museum, and the figure's sweat in the dark is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time I saw one of the wax figures sweat, I was on my knees under Abraham Lincoln with a bottle of glass cleaner in one hand and a wad of paper towels in the other, trying to scrub somebody's chewing gum off the base of his shoes. It wasn't dramatic. No creaking floorboards, no thunder, no face turning in the dark. Just a clear bead of moisture slipping from the corner of Lincoln's jaw and catching in the low security light like a tear. I stared at it for a few seconds, because that is what you do when your brain refuses to make a decision. Then I wiped it away with my thumb. It felt warm. My name is Nick Marlowe, 32, male, night janitor, occasional maintenance helper, and unofficial keeper of every disgusting thing tourists leave behind at the American Heritage Wax Museum in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. I started there because the hours were ugly and the rent in town had stopped being funny. My lease on a second-floor apartment above a framing shop was $1,150 a month, not counting heat, and I had one credit card that made a sound in my head like a mousetrap every time I used it. I worked nights because I didn't sleep well anyway. That was the clean way I explained it. The truth was messier. A year before, I had been working hotel maintenance in Baltimore when a fire alarm failed during a kitchen flare-up. Nobody died, but one dishwasher got smoke in his lungs, and I had been the guy who signed off on the panel inspection 2 weeks earlier because the assistant manager kept leaning on me to not make it a whole thing. I hadn't caused the fire. I knew that. The fire marshal knew that. Still, some nights, my body woke up before my mind did, heart pushing hard, hands already looking for something to fix. So a wax museum after midnight suited me. No guests. No managers hovering. No smoke alarms chirping unless the batteries were actually dying. Just locked doors, humming vents, and rooms full of historical celebrities who could not ask me why the ice machine on the 3rd floor was leaking again. The museum sat on Baltimore Street, not far from all the ghost tour signs and gift shops selling capies, fudge, bullet-shaped keychains, and postcards of dead generals. During the day, buses unloaded school groups out front, and parents took photos of kids beside wax Ben Franklin and wax Betsy Ross. At night, the place became what it really was, an old brick building with too many blind corners, too much varnished wood, and a ventilation system that carried smells from one wing to another like gossip. That night was a Tuesday in late September, the kind of Pennsylvania evening where the air outside had gone cool, but the day's damp heat still clung to the floorboards. Inside, the museum smelled like lemon cleaner, old carpet, warm dust, and the faint, oily sweetness of wax. The emergency lights over the exits painted the hallways red at the edges. The glass cases reflected me in pieces, my shoulders, my mop handle, my tired eyes, my phone clipped to my belt because I had cracked the screen twice carrying it in my pocket. I was working the Founding to Civil War gallery, which was my least favorite section because the mannequins were life-sized and staged too close to the walkway. George Washington stood beside a fake writing desk. Harriet Tubman leaned forward in a shawl, one hand raised, as if telling someone to stay quiet. Lincoln sat in a chair near the rear wall, long legs folded badly, black coat shining under the track lights. The museum called them figures, never mannequins. Figures sounded expensive. I had already emptied the lobby trash, wiped ketchup fingerprints off the gift shop counter, and fished a plastic dinosaur out of the fountain in the children's time travel trail, which did not technically belong in a heritage museum, but sold tickets. So there it was. I was on the Civil War room because somebody had stuck gum underneath Lincoln's platform, and I had promised myself I would not leave it for tomorrow. That was when the bead ran down his face. For a moment, I thought the roof was leaking. The building was old enough that every hard rain found a new path. I tilted my head and looked up at the ceiling tiles. Dry, no stain, no drip. The HVAC vent above the door gave off its usual low rattle. I touched Lincoln's jaw again, this time with 2 fingers, warm or close to it, not body warm, not like skin, more like a coffee mug after it had sat too long. Great, I muttered. You too. The comment came out because, earlier that week, a wax Rosie, the riveter in the World War II exhibit, had developed shiny patches on her forehead. I had assumed the daytime staff had overdone the polish. Before that, one of the astronaut figures in the space race hallway had gotten tacky around the neck seal, like cheap Halloween makeup. Wax gets weird in humidity. That was what I told myself. Wax museums are basically chemistry problems dressed as history. Still, I took my phone out and snapped a photo. The camera made Lincoln look worse than he did in person. The flash caught a glisten along his cheekbone and a dark spot at his collar, where moisture had gathered in the crease between fake skin and shirt. I zoomed in until the image pixelated. Then the walkie on my belt cracked loud enough to make me smack my shoulder into the platform. "Nick," came a voice, thin through static. "You alive back there?" Mara Voss, 46, female front desk manager and closing supervisor, had a voice that always sounded like she had one more cigarette waiting in an ashtray somewhere, though she had quit smoking 7 years earlier, and told everyone the date as if it were a birthday. She ran the museum from 2 p.m. to close with the tight, practical dread of somebody keeping an underfunded place alive by willpower and coupons. Mara wore reading glasses on a chain and kept her graying blonde hair in a bun that slowly collapsed through every shift. She scared the teenage gift shop cashiers, irritated the owner, and was kind to me in a way that made it hard to resent her. I thumbed the walkie. "Alive, deeply employed. What's up? Can you come to the lobby when you get a second? Emergency." A pause. Paper rustled on her end. "Depends what you call emergency." I looked back at Lincoln. The wet spot had already started to dull where I'd wiped it. "Give me 2 minutes." I stood, knees popping, and peeled the gum from the scraper blade with a paper towel. The Civil War room looked ordinary again. Too ordinary, maybe. Washington staring past me. Tubman frozen in the half-dark. Lincoln with his long, sad face, dry now, except for one shining line beneath the jaw where my thumb had missed. Hallway outside curved past the Industrial America section, where a wax Andrew Carnegie stood near a fake steel beam. The overnight lights stayed dim to save money. Only every third fixture burned. My cart squeaked as I pushed it, the front left wheel wobbling with a tiny metallic chirp. Somewhere above the ceiling, the ducts clicked as they cooled. From outside came the soft rush of a car passing on Baltimore Street, then the far-off laugh of people leaving one of the late Ghost tour. That laugh helped. It reminded me the world had not ended. People were still buying ice cream and asking where Lincoln got shot. When I reached the lobby, Mara stood behind the admission counter with her cardigan sleeves shoved up and a stack of printed receipts spread in front of her. The lobby's wax display showed a family of colonial settlers beside a fake hearth, which nobody had dusted properly because the fake ash got everywhere. Mara had one finger pressed between her eyebrows. Beside the vending machines, Eli Bender, 24, male, the museum's part-time security guard, sat on a stool watching the camera monitors with the bored concentration of a man trying not to check his phone. Eli had grown up in Hanover, still lived with his mother while finishing community college, and wore his uniform shirt too tight across the shoulders because he had started lifting weights and wanted people to notice. He was not dumb, but he worked hard at sounding amused by everything, like fear was something older people did when they forgot how to be cool. He looked over as I came in. "You find the kid who threw up in the Revolution room." "No throw up," I said. "Gum under Lincoln." Eli made a face. "People are animals." Mara didn't look up. "Animals don't wedge gum under a president." "That we know of," Eli said. I parked my cart by the coat rack. "What's the emergency?" Mara slid a receipt toward me. Not emergency, annoying, but possibly expensive. The receipt was from the closing register count. I saw highlighted numbers, then a handwritten note that said, "Basement climate log missing after 7:40 p.m. I looked at her. "That's not my department." "I know, which is why I like it." "I know that too." She tapped the paper. But the system flagged high humidity in 3 exhibit zones around 9:15. Then the log stopped. I can't get the climate dashboard to load from the office computer. It keeps timing out. Eli spun slightly on his stool. "Internet's been garbage all night." "Not internet," Mara said. "Internal network." I glanced toward the hallway that led to the staff stairs. "Call Dennis." Dennis Rourke, 58, male, was the museum owner and a man who believed every repair could be postponed if you put a tasteful sign in front of it. He bought the museum after selling 2 funeral homes outside Lancaster and approached both industries with the same philosophy. Keep the lighting flattering and don't let people see behind the curtain. He rarely stayed past 6 unless there was a donor event. Mara gave me the look she used when someone suggested something technically correct and practically useless. "I called," she said. "He didn't answer. Text him." I texted. He replied with a thumbs up. Eli laughed under his breath. Mara pointed at him without turning. "Don't." I picked up the receipt and read it again, though there wasn't much to read. High humidity, log missing, basement climate control. In a building full of wax figures, humidity mattered. Too dry and they cracked. Too warm and they softened. Too damp and the clothes mildewed, the hair lifted, the skin went glossy. It was one of the first things they told me when I started. Don't blast hot water near the figures. Don't leave exterior doors propped open. Don't touch faces with solvent, and never ignore the climate alarms. Probably the sensor box froze, I said. Those things are ancient. That's my guess. Mara's mouth tightened. But the Civil War room camera is also out. That landed differently. I looked at Eli. He lifted both hands. It's been flickering since 8. I wrote it in the log. You wrote camera weird, Mara said. It was weird, helpful, accurate. Mara turned the monitor slightly so I could see. The screen showed a grid of camera feeds: lobby, gift shop, front doors, World War II room, space race hallway, stairwell, employee entrance. One square was black. Another showed static crawling diagonally across an image of the Civil War gallery. Every few seconds, the room appeared in ghostly green-gray, then broke apart. In one of those flashes, Lincoln's chair was visible, empty. My first thought was not that he had moved. It was that I was looking at the wrong angle, or the chair had never been in frame the way I remembered, or the static had sliced the image and made his black coat blend into the background. That is how the mind protects itself at first. It does paperwork. Camera S cutting out, I said. Mara must have heard something in my voice because she stopped touching the receipts. What? Nothing. I was just in there. And Lincoln was sitting where Lincoln sits. Eli leaned forward. That sounded like a sentence from a man who saw something. I saw moisture on his face. Mara blinked. Moisture, sweating maybe, condensation, whatever, same thing Rosie had. Mara's eyes moved toward the dark hallway, then back to me. She lowered her voice, though there was nobody in the lobby but us. How much? A bead, warm to the touch. Eli's grin faded halfway. Wax can be warm. If the room's warm, I said. Is the room warm? I thought about the air on my neck in the Civil War gallery. Not hot, damp maybe, close. Mara took off her glasses and rubbed one lens with the corner of her cardigan. That was her tell. When she was worried, she cleaned things that were already clean. Dennis had a private walkthrough tonight, she said. I waited. 2 men. After close, around 7:30. They were in the basement with him. What men? I don't know. He told me donors. She put her glasses back on. They didn't look like donors. Eli clicked his tongue. What do donors look like? Not like they bought their suits in an airport because their luggage was lost, Mara said, and not carrying plastic storage cases. That gave the room a new shape. The museum basement was half storage, half workshop, half graveyard for broken figures. I knew that was too many halves, but that was how it felt. Old torsos in rolling racks, heads wrapped in muslin, crates of uniforms and wigs, paint tins, a dehumidifier that needed kicking twice a week, a maintenance closet with shut-off valves, electrical panels, and a floor drain that backed up whenever the restaurant next door dumped grease like idiots. I avoided the basement unless I needed supplies. Not because it was spooky, because it reminded me of the hotel service corridors in Baltimore. All those locked panels and unseen systems that could fail quietly until someone paid for it. What storage cases? I asked. Gray, Mara said. Hard plastic, like camera equipment maybe. Eli reached for his phone. Could be ghost hunters. Mara and I both looked at him. What? People pay for that. Dennis would have told us if there was a ghost hunting group in the basement, Mara said, though none of us believed that for even a second. The lobby lights buzzed overhead. A moth ticked itself against the inside of the front window, tapping once, twice, then vanishing into the dark strip above the frame. I became aware of the building's noises in layers, The vending machine compressor, the camera monitor's faint electric whine, the old wood settling near the stairwell, a drip somewhere behind the concession sink. Then the black square on the monitor changed. Not fully, just a pale smear at the edge of the Civil War feed, moving through the static. It could have been interference. It could have been the camera trying to correct itself. It looked, for half a second, like a white shirt passing close to the lens. Eli sat up. Mara said, "Was that you?" I didn't answer right away. The employee entrance was locked. The front doors were locked. The motion alarm wasn't armed yet because I was still inside, but every exterior door chirped when opened. None had chirped. Could be the camera, I said. Mara exhaled through her nose. Could be. Nobody moved. That was the calm part, if you can call it calm. 3 adults in a lobby, each waiting for someone else to choose the normal explanation and make it official. Then a sound came from the direction of the galleries. A soft plastic thump, not loud, not even close. Something like a hand-sized object falling onto carpet. Eli stood so quickly, the stool legs scraped the tile. Mara whispered, "Nick." I hated that she said my name like I was already on my way. I took my flashlight from the side pocket of the cart. It was a heavy black one with a rubber grip and a dent near the lens from when I dropped it into the mop sink. I clicked it on and aimed it down the hallway. The beam hit the red exit sign glow, the edge of the gift shop doorway, the framed poster advertising the museum's newest exhibit, Faces of American Courage, now featuring first responders. That exhibit was still being installed in the back wing. Dennis had bought 3 figures from a closed museum in Ohio and hired a restoration guy to freshen them up. I had seen one covered in a sheet 2 nights earlier, a firefighter with one hand raised near his helmet. The sheet made him look smaller somehow, like a patient. "Probably something fell," I said. Eli grabbed the ring of keys from the counter. "I'll go with you." Mara caught his wrist. "No hero stuff." He gave her a nervous smile. "It's wax people, Mara." "Then you won't need to act brave." That shut him up. Mara pulled her own phone from her back pocket and checked the screen. No signal in here again. "You're on Wi-Fi?" I asked, trying to be. The museum's Wi-Fi cut out whenever the router got warm, which was often. Eli's radio connected only to mine and Mara's, not the police. The landline behind the counter worked, unless the internal phone system decided to reboot, which it did every few weeks for reasons Dennis blamed on the cloud, though I'm not sure he knew what that meant. Mara looked at me, then at the hallway. "We can lock the gallery doors and wait until morning." It was a reasonable suggestion. It was also the kind of suggestion that gets you written up when a sensor fails and a $40,000 figure warps overnight. Dennis would not care that the camera glitched or that something fell. Dennis would care that we had not checked. Mara knew that. I knew that. Eli knew it too, though he was young enough to think unfairness was still a surprise. The private fear I carried around, the one I tried not to feed, was that I was the sort of person who noticed problems only after they became emergencies. I had signed that hotel inspection form. I had told myself it was probably fine. I had let a thing stay unfixed because somebody above me made it easier to look away. So when Mara said we could wait, all I heard was the old panel in Baltimore chirping once, then going quiet. "No," I said. "I'll check Civil War and the climate panel. 5 minutes." Mara's face tightened. We go together or nobody goes. Eli nodded too fast. Together works. I don't need a parade. Good, Mara said, because you're not getting one. You're getting 2 tired employees and a ring of keys. Another sound came then. Not a thump. A slow squeak from the gallery hallway, like rubber dragging over polished wood. My cart was still beside me. The front left wheel was not moving. We all looked down at it anyway. The squeak came again, farther back this time, and stopped. The monitor flickered. Static crawled over Lincoln's room. For one clean second, the camera feed steadied enough to show the Civil War gallery from above. Lincoln was in his chair. His head looked turned slightly toward the doorway. The screen went black. Eli said very softly, "That's not how it was before, right?" Mara didn't answer. I tightened my grip on the flashlight until the rubber pressed patterns into my palm. The hallway waited under the red exit glow, ordinary and narrow, and full of things that had been shaped to look alive. Mara lifted the keys. They gave a small, bright jingle. "We checked the panel first," she said. "Basement stairs are closer than the gallery." "And if the basement door is open?" Eli asked. She looked at me, not him. That was the choice in front of us. Go left toward the basement and the climate system that might explain everything, or go straight into the galleries and confirm whether the figures were only sweating in the dark. Neither direction felt good, but one of them would let us keep pretending this was a maintenance problem for a little longer. I pointed my flashlight toward the staff hall. "Basement first," I said, and the 3 of us stepped away from the lobby counter, leaving the monitors behind us to flash and die in the dark. The staff hallway always felt narrower after closing. During the day, it was nothing. Beige walls, scuffed baseboards, corkboard full of schedules, and OSHA posters nobody read unless Mara made them. A soda machine that ate quarters, and the door to the stairs with a cracked plastic sign that said employees only. At night, with the lobby behind us and the galleries breathing quietly on the other side of the wall, that hallway turned into a throat. Mara led with the keys clenched in her fist, not because she was trying to be in charge, though she was always a little in charge, but because she knew which key opened what without squinting. Eli walked behind her, holding his radio up near his mouth like he expected it to become more useful if he kept it close. I brought up the rear with the flashlight, partly so I could keep the beam steady on the floor ahead of us, partly because I didn't like anything at my back. The squeak we'd heard did not come again. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. A normal sound repeats. A bad wheel chirps every rotation. A loose pipe knocks in patterns. A building settling makes its little wooden complaints, and then quits because physics says it can. What bothered me was the sense of interruption, like something had made a noise, and then listened to see whether we'd noticed. Mara stopped at the basement door and tried one key. Wrong one. She muttered something under her breath and tried another. "Take your time," Eli said, trying for light. "Eli," she said, "right, shutting up." The second key turned, but the door stuck in the frame, swollen from years of damp air. Mara pulled once. Nothing. I reached past her and put my shoulder into it. The door gave with a wooden cough. Warm air came up from below. Not hot, not furnace hot, but wrong for a basement. Wet and heavy, carrying the smell of cardboard, old fabric, machine oil, and something sweeter underneath, like candles left too close to a radiator. Mara wrinkled her nose. "That's not normal." "No," I said. Eli shone his phone light down the stairs. though mine already had the steps lit. Maybe the boiler's acting up. The boiler's in the rear utility room, I said. Climate panels at the bottom, left wall. Great. Love that you have a map of hell. Mara looked at me. How bad is warm for them, for the figures? For the figures, the costumes, the wigs, the whole stupid investment Dennis keeps insured better than his staff. I swallowed. The air coming up the stairs made my shirt cling between my shoulder blades. Bad if it keeps climbing, I said. Wax can soften, details slump, paint can lift, glue loosens, mold if the humidity stays high. Timeline. I don't know, hours. Less if it's hot enough. Mara's jaw worked once. She was doing the math. The museum had maybe 70 full figures, plus partial displays, dioramas, props, costumes, loaned artifacts under glass. Some were cheap tourist bait. Some weren't. Dennis liked to exaggerate value, but even his exaggerations had paperwork behind them. Then the lights flickered. Once. Not out. Just a dip, like the building blinked. From upstairs, somewhere in the gallery wing, a faint alarm started chirping. One beep every 5 seconds. Mara closed her eyes. Please tell me that's not the fire panel. I listened. Beep, pause, beep. No, I said, that's a climate alarm. Same panel, probably. Eli shifted behind us. So time sensitive. Mara looked down the stairs. Nick, there it was. My name again, handed to me like a tool. I stepped onto the first basement stair. The wood creaked under me, not scary, just old. But the air thickened with each step. The beam from my flashlight caught dust hanging in it, slow moving flecks, and then it caught the left wall at the bottom, where the climate control panel was mounted. The panel's little screen was red. That was new. Usually it glowed a cheap green, showing temperature and humidity numbers for each zone. Tonight it flashed zone failure/manual override active in blocky text. I stopped halfway down. Mara was close enough behind me that I heard her breathing change. Manual override. Someone set it by hand, I said. Could it do that itself? No. Eli, still 2 steps above Mara, said, Can we not say things like that in a basement? I went the rest of the way down and crossed to the panel. The concrete floor felt tacky under my work shoes. Not wet exactly. More like a movie theater floor after a soda spill dries halfway. Pointed the flashlight down and saw a sheen across the gray paint, thin and uneven. Mara came down behind me. Is that water? I crouched and touched the floor. Not water, oil maybe, or something waxy. My fingertip came away slick and faintly beige. Don't step in it, I said. Eli immediately looked at his shoes. Too late. The panel beeped again. Up close, the sound was sharper, irritating, like a microwave that had been abandoned after finishing. Mara read over my shoulder. Can you fix it? Maybe. I opened the panel door. Inside, the wiring was as organized as a junk drawer. Labels curled at the edges. Someone had written Gallery AHU on masking tape in black marker. A small access port hung open, and below it, plugged into the panel, was a white USB cable leading nowhere. No, not nowhere. It trailed along the floor toward the maintenance closet, disappearing under the half-open door. I pointed at it. That isn't ours. Mara crouched beside me, careful not to touch the slick patch. You're sure? Mara, Dennis won't buy replacement mop heads unless I send him photos. He did not secretly upgrade to mysterious basement cables. Eli gave a short laugh that died fast. Mara straightened. So those men were messing with the climate system. Looks like. Why? I didn't answer because any guess I made would either sound stupid or worse than stupid. The alarm beeped again. panel showed numbers now, cycling through zones. Civil War, 82 degrees F/91% RH founding, 79 degrees F/88% RH first responders, 85 degrees F/94% RH basement storage, 89 degrees F/96% RH Mara whispered, 96. That was the concrete problem. There it was, in red digits, not shadows, or camera static, or my imagination making Lincoln dramatic. Nearly 90 degrees in basement storage, nearly saturated air. Wax figures, old costumes, adhesives, plaster molds, wiring, wood, paper records, all sitting in a damp heat box below a locked museum. And the system was still in manual override. We need to reset it, I said. Now, then reset it. I need the override code. Mara looked at me. You don't have it. Dennis changed it after the compressor repair because he didn't want unauthorized adjustments. Your maintenance. I'm janitorial maintenance, which means I'm authorized to get blamed, not trusted. Eli said, can you call him? Mara already had her phone out. No service. One bar appeared, vanished, then came back with no data. Landline upstairs, she said. Or we kill power to the panel from the breaker, I said. Mara turned. Would that reset it? Maybe. Or it could leave the damper stuck and shut everything down completely. Which is worse? I stared at the panel. The numbers ticked up. Basement storage, 90 degrees F/96% RH. Ask me when I'm smarter. The maintenance closet door gave a soft click. All three of us looked at it. It hadn't opened, not visibly, but the door, which had been resting half an inch ajar, now sat wider. Maybe the air pressure changed. Maybe the swollen frame released. Maybe one of us brushed the cable without noticing. Eli raised his radio. Hello, Mara shot him a look. What? He whispered. I didn't say, come out. The closet interior was dark, beyond the reach of the hallway light. My flashlight beam cut across shelves of paint cans, pipe insulation, a mop bucket with a broken wringer, and the gray metal breaker boxes along the back wall. The white USB cable disappeared behind a stack of plastic bins labeled Wigs/Revoir. There was another smell now, sharper than the waxy sweetness. Bleach. Not museum cleaner. Not the lemon stuff I used. Straight bleach, like a hotel bathroom after somebody tried too hard to erase a problem. My mouth went dry. In Baltimore, after the kitchen fire, the hallway had smelled like wet drywall, burnt grease, and panic sweat. But before anyone admitted the alarm panel failed, before the manager started talking in careful sentences, one of the cooks had dumped bleach across the prep floor because he thought cleaning would make the accident smaller. That was what hit me in the basement. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Somebody had tried to make something smaller. Mara must have seen my face. Nick, stay here. No, Mara, no. You do not get to turn into the man who goes alone into the room with the weird cable. Eli swallowed. I vote nobody goes alone into anything. The panel beeped again, louder in my head than in the room. The climate system mattered. That was the official emergency. But the cable mattered too. Someone had plugged into the controls and routed it into the closet. If we just pulled the breaker without knowing what else was attached, we could fry something or lock the system in place, or set off the alarm, or shut down the whole building and trap ourselves in worse heat with no cameras. I need to see where that cable goes, I said. Mara nodded once. Fine, slow. We moved toward the closet like idiots in a training video about what not to do. I kept the flashlight beam low first, then lifted it shelf by shelf. Paint cans, empty caulk tubes, a box of nitrile gloves, 2 5-gallon buckets with lids, a roll of plastic sheeting, the breaker panel, the bins, and beside the bins, on the floor, a gray plastic storage case. It matched Mara's description. Eli said, "That wasn't here yesterday." "You sure?" Mara asked. "No, he looked embarrassed, then angry at being embarrassed. "No, okay, I'm not sure. I don't inventory spooky basement luggage." I stepped closer. The case was about 3 feet long, hard shell, with black latches and a luggage tag looped through the handle. No name on the tag, just a strip of white tape with a 17 written on it. The USB cable ran behind it. I did not touch the case. That was one good decision I made. I did touch the bins. The top bin shifted with a wet, sticky sound, and something slid off the lid. A latex glove. It landed on the floor palm up, fingertips curled, stained a faint yellow-brown. Not blood. I don't think it was blood. It was the color of old varnish, maybe wax tint, maybe whatever chemical restorers used on figures when tourists weren't meant to see. Mara took one step back. Eli whispered, "Okay, that is police stuff. Maybe restoration stuff," I said. He looked at me. "You hear yourself?" Yes, I did. I heard myself doing the same paperwork my mind had done upstairs with Lincoln's empty chair, filing the facts into harmless folders. Condensation, camera glitch, restoration supplies, power issue, anything except someone in the building with us. The panel alarm changed. Instead of one beep, it gave 3 fast chirps. From somewhere upstairs, another alarm answered. Then another, farther away. Mara turned toward the stairwell. "That's spreading." I ran back to the panel. The screen cycled. Civil War. 84 degrees F/93% RH founding. 81 degrees F/90% RH first responders. 88 degrees F/96% RH basement storage. 92 degrees F/97% RH. A new message flashed below the zones. Condensation risk. Display cases, Mara swore. The display cases. The smaller artifacts under glass. Old paper, reproduction or not. Fabrics. Some loaned items from a local collector Dennis had been courting for months. If water started forming inside sealed cases, it wasn't just wax slumping. It was damage that would have to be reported. Insurance. Police maybe, depending on the tampering. Lawsuits if the loan agreements were serious. And every minute, the heat rose. "We need Dennis's code," Mara said. "Now." "Landline," Eli said. Mara shoved the keys at him. "Go upstairs, call Dennis. Call the police if you can't reach him. And call the fire department if the alarms trip anything electrical." Eli caught the keys, but didn't move. "You want me to leave you 2 down here? I want one of us on a working phone. What if the phone's dead, then come back? What if, Eli?" He hated being told what to do, especially by fear. I saw it happen across his face, the need to prove he wasn't scared fighting, with the very reasonable knowledge that this was bad. He pointed at me. "You both stay by the panel." "Go," I said. He went. His shoes slapped up the wooden stairs. The basement door groaned open above us. For 2 seconds, we heard the lobby's distant electrical hum. Then the door swung mostly shut and left Mara and me in the wet heat with the alarm. She turned on me immediately. "Don't pull anything yet." "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I think about a lot of things." "You get that look." "What look?" "The one where you decide being guilty is the same as being responsible." too close and too clean. I looked back at the numbers because they were easier. Mara softened by maybe half an inch. Nick, I'm not saying do nothing. I'm saying don't make it worse because you're trying to make up for something that happened somewhere else. I signed off on a bad panel. I know. You don't know. I know enough. You know what I told people. And you think you're the only person who has ever carried an old mistake into a new room. The basement seemed to shrink around us. The fan in the panel housing buzzed. Sweat ran behind my ear. Real sweat, human sweat. I wiped it with my sleeve and smelled bleach again. Then Eli shouted from upstairs. Not words, just my name, dragged hard through the stairwell. Nick, Mara, and I moved at the same time. At the top of the stairs, Eli was braced against the door, one hand on the frame, breathing through his mouth. His radio was gone. The ring of keys hung from one finger. What happened? Mara asked. The landline's dead. Okay, and the front doors won't open. Mara stared at him. What do you mean won't open? I mean the latch releases, but they're chained from the outside or jammed or something. I pushed. They don't move more than an inch. That made no sense. The front doors opened outward onto Baltimore Street. There were interior locks, panic hardware, a deadbolt Mara set it close, but no exterior chain. Not one we used, not one that should exist. Side exit, I asked. I didn't check. Employee entrance. I heard somebody in the gift shop. None of us spoke. Eli looked younger then. Not 24 with a tight uniform and a joke ready. Younger. Pale around the mouth. Eyes fixed on the dark space behind us, as though he expected the basement to produce whatever he had heard upstairs. What's somebody? Mara asked. I don't know. Movement, like hangers sliding, or someone brushing through racks. The gift shop has racks, I said. I know what the gift shop has. His voice cracked on the last word, and that scared me more than the words themselves. The panel alarm downstairs kept chirping. From the gallery level came a dull mechanical thunk. Then the HVAC system made a grinding noise that traveled through the walls. The vent above the stairwell coughed out a gust of warm, damp air that smelled strongly of wax. Mara looked at me. I looked down the stairs at the red panel, then up toward the lobby, where the phones were dead and the doors might be blocked. The time-sensitive problem had split in two. Reset the climate system before the exhibits started sweating themselves apart, and find a working exit or signal before whoever had tampered with the building decided what came next. Then, from below us, inside the maintenance closet, something vibrated. A phone. Not mine, not Mara's, not Eli's. A muffled buzz, hard plastic against hard plastic. It stopped, started again. The sound came from the gray case marked as 17. Mara's hand closed around my wrist. Don't. The buzzing stopped. A second later, the climate panel gave a long, continuous tone, different from the alarm before. The screen changed from red to white. Remote access active override, locked purge cycle, beginning the ductwork, shuttered overhead. Every vent in the museum opened at once. And from the dark galleries beyond the lobby, something heavy slid across the floor. The purge cycle made the building breathe like something sick. That was the only way I knew how to describe it. The vents overhead didn't just hum or push air. They opened with a series of hard metal clacks, one after another, down the staff hallway, through the lobby, into the galleries. Then the air came out warm and wet, rolling over us in waves that smelled of softened wax, bleach, and damp wool. Mara still had my wrist in her hand. Her grip was tight enough that her fingernails pressed little half-moons into my skin. "Nick," she said, "what is it purging?" "I don't know." That was the first honest answer I had given all night, and I hated how small it sounded. Eli stood on the landing above us with the keys hanging from his fingers. The red exit sign over his shoulder cast his face in a bad color. Behind him, the staff hallway led back to the lobby. Down below us, the basement panel wailed and flashed remote access active like it was proud of itself. "Can you stop it?" Mara asked. "Not from the keypad. It's locked." "Breaker, maybe." "Then do it. I thought you said don't pull anything yet." "I am revising my position." That would have been funny on another night. Eli even gave a breath that almost became a laugh. Then a thud came from the gallery direction and took it away. Not a footstep, heavier. Furniture dragged an inch, maybe. Something with weight finding a new place on old flooring. Eli whispered, "We need out." "Yes," Mara said. "But if the purge keeps running and the whole place gets hotter, we could have electrical problems. Alarms, or worse. Worse than trapped in a wax museum with somebody moving around." "Eli, what?" We're all thinking it. The tone from the panel continued below us, steady and punishing. I moved first, not because I was brave, because standing between two bad choices had become worse than either one. "Breaker," I said. "Mara, you stay at the stairs." "Eli, watch the hallway upstairs." Eli looked offended. "Why am I always upstairs?" "Because you've got the keys. Keys to doors that won't open. Then use them on doors that might." Mara stepped down after me. "I'm not letting you go alone. I need someone who can read labels while I'm holding the light." Convenient. Accurate. She came anyway. The basement felt worse the second time we descended. The purge had stirred up everything down there, and the wet heat had teeth now. My shirt stuck to my back. The slick patch on the floor had spread, or else the light made it look wider. At the climate panel, the white USB cable still ran into the maintenance closet. The gray case marked a 17 sat where we had left it, quiet now, as if it had never buzzed. I went to the breaker boxes at the back of the closet. The closet was about 12 feet deep and 6 across, with metal shelves on the right and electrical panels on the left. The ceiling was low enough that Eli would have bumped his head if he had come down. The breaker labels were handwritten, faded, and updated by people who hated whoever came after them. Some were useless. Old lights, AUX, East, do not touch. Mara held her phone light beside my flashlight. There, climate. I found 3 breakers grouped together. AHU1, AHU2, humid CTRL. "Okay," I said. "If this works, the system may reboot. If it doesn't, we lose control completely." Mara wiped sweat from her temple. "We don't have control now." "Fair." Flipped humid CTRL first. The panel tone stopped. For one precious second, there was nothing but our breathing and the vents pushing air overhead. Then the tone came back louder. The screen at the panel changed. "Local power interrupt detected. Remote lock maintained. Purge continues. Damn it," Mara said. I flipped AHU1. The basement lights went out. Everything went black except our 2 flashlights and the white square of the panel screen. From upstairs, Eli shouted, "What did you do?" "Wrong breaker," I shouted back. "Outstanding. The emergency lights should have kicked in downstairs. They didn't. Or maybe they had burned out years ago and nobody noticed because nobody wanted to hold Dennis responsible for anything that cost money." I flipped the breaker back. The lights buzzed and returned, weak and yellow. The vent above us rattled harder. Mara touched my shoulder and pointed. The gray case had shifted. Not much. Maybe an inch, maybe less. But the cable running behind it was now taut where it had been slack. I stared at it, every practical thought in me drying up. Then the case moved again. A tiny jerk. Mara sucked in a breath. I raised the flashlight. The case jerked a third time and bumped softly against the plastic bin behind it. For 3 seconds, I was absolutely certain something inside was alive. Then the white USB cable snapped loose from behind the case and whipped across the floor as the purge system pulled it tight through some gap behind the shelves. A cable snag. That was all. The ventilation vibration had been dragging it against the case. Mara pressed a hand flat to her chest. I'm going to kill that case. Later. Slowly. Later. The misdirection helped for half a heartbeat, because fear that becomes explainable leaves behind anger, and anger is easier to use. I crouched, grabbed the USB cable near the access port, and pulled. It didn't come free. It's locked into something, I said. Can you unplug it from the panel? I can. But if it's transferring control data, Nick. I yanked the cable from the access port. The panel blinked. The tone cut off. The vents overhead slowed. Mara and I stared at the screen. Connection lost, restoring local control. Yes, Mara whispered. Then FALSAFE mode active zone. Dampers closed, the vents slammed shut. All of them. The sudden absence of moving air was almost worse than the heat. The building went close and still. The dampness settled on my face, my arms, the back of my neck. Upstairs, the gallery alarms kept chirping, but softer now, muffled by walls and thick air. Mara read the screen. Closed, dampers shut. It stopped pushing warm air, but it also stopped circulating. So partial victory, temporary problem. Every victory tonight is a temporary problem. I checked the zone readings. The temperatures had stopped climbing as fast, but the humidity stayed high. Basement storage was at 93 and 98%. The first responders' wing was worse than the others. Civil war still hovered in the 80s. We had slowed the damage, not stopped it. That was attempt 1. Kill the override, fail into a sealed building with no airflow. From upstairs came a sharp crash. Glass or acrylic. Something brittle hitting tile. Eli yelled, Mara, we ran. By the time we reached the lobby, my lungs were working too hard. The heat in the building had spread upward, and without the vents moving air, every hallway felt wrapped in plastic. The camera monitors behind the counter had gone black, except for one feed showing the employee entrance in grainy gray. Eli was near the gift shop, one hand on the doorframe, the other pressed to his cheek. Blood ran between his fingers. Mara reached him first. Move your hand. I'm fine. Move your hand. He did. A shallow cut ran along his left cheekbone, bleeding more than it deserved. On the tile near his feet lay a broken snow globe from the gift shop display, Gettysburg in miniature, fake snow floating through leaked water. What happened? I asked. I went to check the side exit. He pointed through the gift shop. Something moved between the racks. I turned, hit the display with my elbow, and one of those stupid globes exploded. Mara examined his cheek. It needs cleaning, not stitches. You a doctor now. I raised 2 sons. Same thing, more blood. Eli tried to smile. It didn't land. The gift shop sat to the right of the lobby if you were facing the front doors. Past, it was a short corridor leading to the side exit and the employee entrance at the rear. Straight ahead from the lobby were the galleries. Founding on the left, Civil War deeper back, Industrial America branching right, and the unfinished First Responders exhibit at the far rear. The basement stairs were behind us down the staff hall. If someone wanted to move through the museum unseen, they had too many choices. Mara cleaned Eli's cut with wipes from the first aid kit under the counter. He hissed and cursed. "We need the side door," Mara said. "That's attempt 2. We get outside, call 911, let the fire department handle the climate system and whoever's here." "I tried," Eli said. "Gift shop racks are all over the place. Like someone shoved them against the aisle. Can you get through?" "Maybe, not fast." I looked at the front doors. Eli had been right. The left door opened an inch, then stopped with a hard metallic clink. I crouched and aimed the flashlight through the gap. Outside, something silver crossed the handles. A chain. Someone had looped a chain through the exterior handles and padlocked it. The street beyond was visible through the glass. Empty sidewalk, dark storefronts. A car passed at the end of the block, headlights sliding over the bricks and disappearing. I hit the glass with the heel of my hand. "Hey," the sound went nowhere. Thick safety glass, locked vestibule, warm dead air. Mara looked over. "Can you break it?" "With what?" She glanced at my flashlight. "Maybe," I said, "but it's laminated. And if we start smashing glass, whoever did this knows exactly where we are." "They already know," Eli said. He was probably right. Still, we chose the side exit because choosing something felt better than standing in the lobby waiting for the building to sweat itself apart. We moved through the gift shop single file. Eli led now because he knew what he had seen. Mara stayed behind him with the first aid kit still in one hand, like she might throw bandages at an attacker. Came last, flashlight over their shoulders. The gift shop had changed, not dramatically. That was the worst part. The shelves were still shelves, the postcards still postcards, the children's plastic muskets still hung on peg hooks. But 2 rotating racks of keychains had been pushed into the center aisle, blocking the straight path to the side corridor. A display of Blue Union caps had spilled across the floor. The smell of broken snow globe water mixed with hot plastic and dust. Eli whispered, "See." Mara said, "Could the vent have moved them?" "No," I said, "not these." We squeezed between the racks. Keychains brushed my shirt with tiny metal clicks. A wax figure of a colonial shopkeeper stood in the corner as part of the historical commerce display, holding a ledger and smiling at nothing. In the dimness, with sweat shining on his painted face, he looked recently interrupted. Eli stopped so suddenly Mara bumped into him. "What?" she whispered. He pointed. At the end of the gift shop aisle, beside the side corridor, a figure stood facing us. Firefighter uniform, helmet, one hand raised near his face. For one ugly moment, nobody moved. Then I recognized the lifted hand, the covered shape I'd seen 2 nights earlier. "That's from the new exhibit," I said. Eli's voice went thin. "Why is it in the gift shop?" The firefighter's face gleamed under the emergency light, wet along the forehead and upper lip. Your thread of moisture ran from one ear down into the collar. The uniform looked too real in the dark. Reflective stripes, heavy boots, turnout coat creased at the elbows. Mara whispered. Dennis said they hadn't placed those yet. I approached it slowly, every nerve expecting a blink. No blink, wax, fiberglass, fabric, dust. One of the figure's boots was on a flat dolly. The other dragged slightly off the edge, leaving a dark smear on the tile where wax or grease had rubbed down. "There," I said. Dolly, Eli let out a shaky breath. So someone moved it. Or it rolled, Mara said. We all looked at the floor. The gift shop sloped almost imperceptibly toward the side corridor. Old building, bad leveling. If the figure had been parked badly and the purge cycle shook the floor hard enough, maybe it rolled. Maybe. The side exit door was behind it. We pushed the dolly aside together. The firefighter was heavier than he looked. My shoulder protested. Mara grunted. Eli's cut opened again and sent a line of blood down his jaw. The side door had a crash bar and a small wired alarm box above it. Mara pressed the bar. Nothing. She pressed harder. The door held. I checked the hinges. Interior hinges, no visible block. Then I noticed the crash bar had been zip-tied at both ends with black industrial ties pulled tight around the mechanism. Knife? I asked. Eli patted his pockets. Security guard, not Batman. Mara dug through the first aid kit and produced tiny medical scissors. Those won't cut this. Then find something that will. The gift shop sold souvenir pocket knives in a locked case by the register, decorative and probably dull. The keys were with Eli. He tossed them to me, and I went back through the aisle to the front counter. Halfway there, the building lights died completely. Not flicker. Out. The museum dropped into emergency red. Mara said something I couldn't make out. Eli shouted, "Nick." "I'm here." My flashlight beam jumped across shelves, faces, glass, the colonial shopkeeper's smile. The climate alarm stopped. So did the vending machine. So did the monitors behind the counter. The quiet that followed was not silence. It had texture, Mara breathing through her nose, Eli shifting his weight, water dripping from the broken snow globe, the front doors settling against the chain, and somewhere deep in the galleries, a slow, soft patter. Drip, drip, drip. Wax figures sweating in the dark. I found the souvenir knife case and fumbled through the keys. My hands were slick. The third key worked. I grabbed the biggest knife, a folding one with a fake bone handle in Gettysburg, burned crookedly into the side. Then I heard the gift shop racks clicking. Not near Mara and Eli. Behind me. I turned the flashlight. The colonial shopkeeper stood in the corner, still smiling. One of the keychain racks beside him rotated slowly, tinkling metal tags against each other. Second, I saw a shoulder slip behind the postcards. Human height, dark clothing, gone before the beam settled. "Mara," I said. My voice did not carry enough warning, but it carried something. "Run or come?" she called back. Good question. I backed away from the counter, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. The rack stopped moving. No one came out. I forced myself toward the side exit. Every step felt too loud. When I reached Mara, she took the knife, opened it, and sawed at the zip ties. The blade was as dull as expected, but panic adds pressure. The first tie snapped after 10 seconds. The second took longer. Eli braced the crash bar, glancing over his shoulder again and again. The second tie finally gave. Mara shoved the bar. The door opened 3 inches and hit something outside. A metal scrape answered. "Blocked," she said. I got my shoulder against it and pushed. The door moved another inch. Outside, through the gap, I saw the alley beside the museum. Dumpster had been shoved against the door from the outside, wedged tight. Eli kicked the door. "No, no, no. Stop," Mara said. "You'll break your foot." "I hope I break the door." "You won't. Attempt to. Reach the side exit, cut the ties, find it blocked by a dumpster." The trap tightened so neatly it felt planned because it was planned. We retreated from the gift shop, not because we wanted to, but because the aisle behind us began to click again. This time, it was probably the rack settling. Probably. I did not wait to inspect it. Back in the lobby, Eli bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Blood dotted the tile beneath his face. Mara pressed gauze to his cheek again. Hold it. I am holding it. Hold it better. I looked at the front doors, the chained handles outside, the black monitors, the dead landline. The museum's interior map formed in my head. Basement behind us. Lobby center. Gift shop and blocked side exit to the right. Galleries ahead. Rear employee entrance past the unfinished first responders exhibit, accessible either through the staff corridor or the back gallery wing. If the front and side were blocked, the rear might still be free, or whoever was inside wanted us to go there. The emergency lights dimmed once. Mara noticed. Backup battery, maybe. How long? Depends if Dennis replaced them. Nobody laughed. A new alarm started, this time from the rear of the museum. Not climate, not fire. A door chime repeated in a flat electronic note. Beep, 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 beep. Eli lifted his head. Employee entrance. Opened, Mara asked, or forced? The rear employee entrance was our last realistic way out. It opened into the small parking lot behind the building, near the alley and the dumpsters. If it was open, we could get outside. If it was forced, someone else had just entered or left. Either way, it was now the only direction that mattered. Mara looked at me. Sweat had loosened half her bun, and gray strands stuck to her neck. Her face was pale but set. We don't split up, she said. No, we don't chase noises. No, we get to the rear door. If there's a path, we leave. We call for help. We do not protect Dennis's museum over our lives. Agreed. Eli straightened, still holding gauze to his cheek. Finally, a policy I support. We moved toward the galleries. That was the point where we stopped pretending we were managing a building problem. The staff hallway to the rear was blocked by a rolling rack that had somehow tipped over, spilling old costumes across the floor. The only clear route was through the public exhibits: Founding Gallery, Civil War Room, Industrial America, then the unfinished First Responders Wing, and the rear hall. As we passed under the archway into Founding, the emergency light behind us flickered and went out. The lobby disappeared. Only the galleries remained ahead, red lit and sweating, with the rear door chime calling us deeper. Beep, 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 beep. And then the basement door, behind us in the dark, slammed shut so hard the wall shook. No retreat that way. No front exit. No side exit. No basement. Only the exhibits. Only forward. The Founding Gallery was not built for escape. It was built for school groups and slow-moving families, for people with maps folded in their hands and plastic gift shop bags bumping against their knees. The path bent around scenes instead of running straight. A fake colonial fireplace here, a drafting table there. Wax men in waistcoats leaned over parchment. Wax women stood near spinning wheels, hands forever paused over wool. In emergency red, every face shone. The heat had done that. Their foreheads, noses, chins. Little tracks of moisture had gathered in the seams near their hairlines and at the corners of their mouths. George Washington looked like he'd been running a fever for 200 years. Betsy Ross had a line of condensation hanging from one eyelash. Eli made a small sound behind me. "Don't look at them," Mara said. "That's like saying don't notice the room is on fire. It isn't on fire. Yet, Eli." We moved in a tight line, me first with the flashlight, Mara behind me with the souvenir knife folded in her fist, Eli last, one hand pressed to the gauze on his cheek. The rear door chime kept calling from somewhere deeper in the building. Beep, beep. Pause. Beep, beep. The route was simple in my head. From the lobby through Founding, right at the Liberty Bell display, past the cracked archway into Civil War, straight along the wall with the battlefield mural, then through industrial America and the unfinished first responders wing to the rear employee entrance. On paper, less than 2 minutes. In the dark, with the floor slick in places and the wax figures sweating in their clothes, it felt like moving through someone else's dream after the dream had started to rot. Halfway through Founding, Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Nick," I turned. Behind us, in the archway from the lobby, stood the colonial shopkeeper from the gift shop. For 1 second, I couldn't make my mind hold him in the right category. He was just there, ledger in hand, smile painted on, same brown coat, same powdered wig, standing where he had not been before. Then I saw the dolly under his feet. Small caster wheels, black, nearly hidden by the long coat. "He was moved," I whispered. Eli backed into a rope barrier. The brass stand tipped and clanged against the floor. The shopkeeper did not move, but from behind him, someone did. A man stepped into the red wash of the emergency light. He was maybe in his 40s, male, medium height, wearing a dark zip-up jacket, dark pants, and blue nitrile gloves. His hair was cropped close. His face had the flattened, tired look of someone who had been awake too long and angry longer. In one hand, he held Eli's radio. In the other, a small black device with a cord dangling from it. Mara said, "Who are you?" The man lifted Eli's radio and pressed the talk button. Our radios squealed from our belts, feedback stabbing through the gallery. Eli flinched and clapped a hand over his ear. I ripped mine free and threw it onto the carpet. Mara did the same. The squeal died. The man smiled without warmth. "I need the case," he said. His voice was calm. That was worse than shouting. Mara raised the little souvenir knife. "We don't have your case. You were downstairs. We didn't open it. You unplugged the system. You locked us in," I said. His eyes moved to me. "You should have stayed in the lobby." "Yeah," Eli snapped, voice shaking. "Our mistake. We'll leave a comment card." The man looked at him then, and Eli shut his mouth. Behind the man, something shifted in the lobby. Another shape. Maybe a person. Maybe another wax figure on a dolly. My flashlight beam didn't reach far enough to know. Mara's voice stayed level. "The building is overheating. You're damaging exhibits. If there are chemicals involved, you could hurt people." "Your people? What? You said hurt people. I see 3. He said it like counting inventory. My hand tightened around the flashlight. It was heavy, dented, the only thing in my hand that had not been designed for tourists. The man took 1 step forward. We took 1 step back. "Case," he said. "It's in the basement," I told him. "I know where it is. You will bring it." Basement door slammed shut. He tilted his head slightly. "It locks from this side." That answered one question and made everything worse. Mara said, "Why do you need us?" The man's expression twitched. Not enough to be fear, enough to be irritation. "Because you tripped the fail-safe," I said slowly. He looked at me. That was it. The remote system was locked out. Dampers closed. Power unstable. He had lost control of whatever he'd been doing. Maybe the case contained his equipment. Maybe evidence. Maybe the phone or device inside had instructions, access, something he needed. But he needed a staff route or staff keys, and he didn't want to run through the building blind any more than we did. The rear chime kept going. Beep, 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 beep. Eli shifted behind me. A tiny movement toward the side where the Liberty Bell display rope had fallen. The man saw it. Don't. Eli froze. Then the second person appeared. A woman, maybe late 30s, female, wearing a disposable white painter's coverall unzipped at the throat. Her dark hair was tucked under a cap. She held a compact pry bar, not raised, just ready. Her gloves were stained the same yellow-brown as the latex glove in the basement. She came in from the gallery entrance to our right, cutting off the path into civil war. We were boxed in. Front, the man and the shopkeeper figure on its hidden dolly. Right, the woman with the pry bar. Behind, lobby darkness. Left, a fake fireplace display, rope barriers, and wax colonials gleaming like fever patients. Mara whispered, "Nick." The man said, "All of you, basement, now." The woman looked at him. "No, rear first, alarms still going. They saw too much. We fix the door, leave through the rear, and let the system cook. Basement later." They touched the case. They didn't open it. They unplugged, because you lost control of it. The argument was quiet, but it gave us something precious. A crack. Mara saw it too. She lowered the knife a fraction, as if surrendering. "I can get you to the rear door," she said. "Staff keys. No problem. Let us walk out after." The man snorted. "No," the woman said. "Shut up, Calder, Calder, a name." Mara's eyes flicked to me. I knew that look. Keep him talking. Find the useful part. "You're restorers," I said. The woman's head turned. "Those stains," I said, "the bins. Plastic sheeting. Wax tint. Bleach because something spilled." "Quiet," Calder said. "You were working on the first responders' figures. Dennis brought you in after close." The woman's grip tightened on the pry bar. Mara added, "Off book, right? No permits, no insurance paperwork, no staff witnesses." Eli whispered, "Jesus." Calder took another step. "Enough." Then the rear chime stopped. The whole museum seemed to hold its breath. For 3 seconds, no alarms, no vents, no chime. Then came a different sound from the rear wing. A sprinkler head popping. Then another. A rush of water. Not everywhere, just far back, beyond Civil War and Industrial, where the unfinished exhibit sat. The woman swore. Calder turned his head. Mara seized my wrist again. "Run," she said, not loud. We moved anyway. I swung the flashlight at Calder's face as hard as I could. Not the beam, the metal body. It connected with his wrist as he reached for me. There was a crunch, not dramatic, more like stepping on a thick twig. He shouted and dropped Eli's radio. Eli shoved the fallen rope stand with both hands. It clattered into Calder's legs. Mara grabbed the brass base of another stanchion and swung it low, not at his head, at his knee. It hit with a dull sound, and he folded sideways into the shopkeeper figure. Wax and man went down together. The woman lunged. I caught only a flash. White coverall, pry bar, Mara turning too late. The bar hit Mara's left forearm. She cried out. A sharp, animal sound. The souvenir knife fell. Eli moved before I did. He charged the woman, shoulder first, not cleanly, not like a hero in a movie. He slipped on the damp carpet halfway and hit her too low. They both slammed into the fake fireplace display. Brick-colored foam blocks scattered across the floor. One hit my shin. The woman kept the pry bar. She brought it down at Eli's back. I grabbed a wooden display chair and shoved it between them. The pry bar cracked against the chair's rail and split it. "Go," Mara shouted. Her left arm hung wrong, not broken sideways, but bad enough. She held it against her stomach, teeth clenched, face gray. Calder was trying to stand, tangled with the shopkeeper figure and the rope stanchion. The wax figure's head had cracked at the temple, exposing pale inner material. Its painted smile stared up from the carpet, grabbed Mara under her good arm. Eli stumbled up, bleeding from his cheek again, and now from one hand, where the display blocks had scraped him raw. We ran toward Civil War. The woman came after us. Calder shouted something. I didn't catch it. The Civil War gallery was worse than before. The humidity had turned the air thick and sour. Lincoln sat in his chair, head tilted toward the doorway, jaw shining. The gum I had scraped earlier lay in a little black curl near the base, absurdly normal. A display case along the wall had fogged from inside. Water droplets collected along the glass over a row of reproduction letters. The battlefield mural curved along the left wall. To the right were wax soldiers in blue and gray uniforms, posed mid-conversation near stacked rifles. The path narrowed between them. Mara stumbled. I caught her. Arm, I said, later. That was all. Behind us, the woman entered Civil War. She had the pry bar in one hand and the souvenir knife in the other. Eli saw it. She got the knife. Keep moving, Mara said. We couldn't outrun her for long. Mara was hurt. Eli was bleeding and limping. I was already breathing like I had run stairs for an hour. We needed to use the building. The thought came with a strange clarity. This was my building at night, not Dennis S., not the guests, mine. I knew the bad wheel on the cart, the warped basement door, the loose carpet edge near Industrial America, the mop sink that sprayed sideways, the display ropes that weren't bolted down. And I knew one thing in Civil War that the woman didn't. The battlefield mural wall was not a wall. It was a sliding access panel for maintenance, used when we needed to reach the old pipe chase behind the exhibits. It stuck if you pulled, but it opened if you lifted the bottom and shoved left. I pushed Mara toward Eli. Go to Industrial, slow enough she follows. Eli stared. What? Do it. Mara grabbed my shirt. Nick, I'm not staying, I'm making a door. The woman was halfway through the room. I crossed to the mural, dropped the flashlight, wedged both hands under the bottom trim and lifted. Nothing. The panel stuck. Of course it stuck. The woman saw me and changed direction. Nick, Eli shouted. I lifted again. Pain shot up my back. The trim bit into my fingers. Warm moisture dripped from my forehead into my eye. The panel popped free with a wooden crack. I shoved left. It opened 8 inches. Not enough. The woman was 10 feet away. I kicked the bottom hard. The panel slid another foot, screeching along its track. Behind it was the pipe chase, narrow, dark, smelling of dust and damp insulation. Big enough for a person sideways. Maybe. The woman swung the pry bar. I ducked. It hit the mural where my head had been, tearing through painted smoke and fake battlefield sky. I grabbed her wrist with both hands and drove my shoulder into her stomach. She hit the half-open panel. We both stumbled into the pipe chase. The space swallowed sound. For a few seconds, there was only grunting, scraping, the pipe insulation tearing under our feet. She was stronger than I expected and more desperate. The pry bar jammed against the wall. I grabbed for it. She slammed her knee into my thigh. My leg went hot and weak. She punched me in the ear. The world narrowed to a hard ringing. I fell sideways into a pipe. Something sharp caught my scalp. Warm blood crawled down behind my ear. She pulled free and backed toward the Civil War room. Eli appeared outside the gap, holding one of the stacked fake rifles from the soldier display. "Move," he yelled. I flattened myself. He swung the rifle like a bat. The wooden stock hit the woman's forearm. The pry bar dropped into the pipe chase with a metallic clatter. She screamed, more rage than pain. Mara, pale and sweating, came in from the side with the brass stanchion base and hit the sliding panel track. The panel dropped half an inch. The woman tried to push through. I kicked the loose pry bar deeper into the pipe chase, out of her reach, then shoved the panel from inside while Mara shoved from outside. It slid shut on the woman's sleeve. She yanked back, fabric tearing. The panel closed. Not locked, not secure, but closed enough. "Run," I said. We ran. Industrial America blurred past in pieces. Carnegie by the steel beam, Edison beside fake bulbs. A factory scene with gears that hadn't turned in years. The floor grew slicker as we neared the rear wing. Water flowed in a thin sheet from the unfinished first responders exhibit, spreading over the wood and into the carpet. The sprinklers were running there. Only there. The heat must have triggered a head, or smoke, or someone had broken one. Water hammered down beyond the plastic sheeting that covered the unfinished entrance. Red emergency light flashed through the falling water, making everything look like it was happening inside a wound. The rear employee entrance was past that exhibit. Between us and it stood the firefighter figure, the same one from the gift shop, or its twin. No dolly now. It had tipped across the passage, turnout coat soaked, helmet rolling in little circles near its head. Water splashed over its wax face, which had softened at the cheek until one side sagged slightly toward the floor. Eli laughed once, not because it was funny, because his nerves had run out of useful shapes. "Move it," Mara said. Her voice was thin. We lifted together. Mara could barely use her left arm, so she braced with her shoulder. Eli grabbed the boots. I grabbed under the arms. The figure was water-heavy and awkward. Its softened face brushed my neck. I nearly dropped it. "Nick," Mara snapped. "I've got it." We dragged it aside inch by inch. My thigh throbbed where the woman had kneed me. Blood from my scalp ran into my collar. Eli slipped and hit the floor on one knee, shouting. Mara leaned against the wall, breathing through clenched teeth, her broken or fractured arm tucked tight. Behind us, from Civil War, came the screech of the sliding panel opening. The woman was free. Calder's voice followed, distant, but closer than I wanted. "They're going rear." We shoved the firefighter figure out of the passage. The rear employee entrance stood ahead, under a flickering emergency light. Its alarm box blinked. The crash bar looked intact. Eli got there first. He pushed. The door opened. Cold night air rushed in. For half a second, I saw the parking lot, wet black asphalt, the alley beyond, the side of the dumpster that had blocked the other exit, and the faint glow of Baltimore Street around the corner. Then Calder appeared outside the door. He had gone around. He held a padlock and chain in one hand, and in the other, a box cutter. His right wrist hung awkwardly from where I'd hit him, but he could still move. Eli recoiled. Calder shoved the door inward with his shoulder. I drove into it from our side. The door slammed between us, metal edge cracking against my forearm. Pain flared white. Calder jammed the box cutter through the gap and slashed blindly. The blade caught Eli across the upper arm. Eli screamed. Mara grabbed the firefighter's fallen helmet from the floor and threw it. It hit Calder square in the face. not hard enough to knock him out. Real life doesn't work that way, but hard enough to make him stagger backward into the rain-slick lot, one hand going to his nose. "Now," Mara shouted. We burst through the door. Calder lunged again. I didn't think. I grabbed the chain from his bad hand and pulled. He held on. I pulled harder, stepping backward, dragging him toward the open doorway where water from the sprinklers had turned the threshold slick. He tried to slash with the box cutter. Eli, bleeding from the arm, kicked him in the shin. Calder slipped. His head hit the metal doorframe with a sound I still hear when I'm tired. He went down on the threshold, half in, half out. The box cutter skittered across the wet asphalt. The woman appeared behind us inside the hallway. Mara slammed the rear door against Calder's body to keep the woman from getting through. "Move him," she shouted. "I'm trying," Calder groaned, alive, dazed, maybe concussed. I grabbed under his jacket with both hands and hauled him outside. My thigh nearly gave out. Eli helped one-handed, sobbing through his teeth. We dragged Calder clear. Mara let the door swing shut. The woman hit it from inside. Once, twice. The crash bar rattled. She screamed something we couldn't make out. Mara snatched the chain from the ground with her good hand. Keys. Eli fumbled the ring, dropped it, picked it up with bloody fingers. The woman hit the door again. Mara looped the chain through the exterior handle and the metal railing beside the door, the same way someone had trapped us at the front. Her injured arm hung useless. Her face was wet with sprinkler water and sweat and tears she did not seem aware of. "Padlock," she said. I grabbed it from beside Calder. My hands were shaking so hard I missed the hasp twice. The door slammed from inside. The chain jumped. I got the lock through, clicked it shut. The door hit again. Held. For a few seconds, none of us moved. We stood in the rear parking lot under the damp September sky, 3 employees bleeding and shaking beside an unconscious or semi-conscious man who had tried to trap us inside our own workplace. Through the rear door, the woman pounded once more, then stopped. From inside the museum came the hiss of sprinklers and the distant, steady dripping of wax and water. Then, finally, from the direction of Baltimore Street, somebody shouted, "Hey, you okay back there?" A real voice. A human voice from outside. Mara slid down the brick wall until she was sitting on the wet pavement. Eli dropped beside her, holding his cut arm. I stayed standing because I was afraid that if I sat, I wouldn't get up again. The conflict was over in the only way it could be over for the moment. We were outside. Calder was down. The woman was locked inside. The sprinklers had turned the rear wing into a flood. The museum was ruined in places, maybe badly. Mara looked at me, her face drawn and old under the alley light. "You okay?" she asked. I almost laughed. Instead, I looked through the narrow, wired glass window in the rear door. Inside, beyond the trapped woman's shadow, the firefighter figure lay on its side under the red light, water running over its softened face. For 1 second, as the emergency light flickered, it looked like it was still sweating. Then the light went out. The first person to reach us was a ghost tour guide in a black hoodie with a lantern-shaped flashlight and a group of 12 tourists behind him. That was almost funny. After everything inside the museum, the heat, the alarms, the figures sweating under red emergency lights. It was a man named Brad, 29, male, part-time history teacher and evening ghost tour guide, who came jogging down the alley with a colonial tricorn hat tucked under one arm, and said, "Is this part of your event?" Nobody answered him. Mara was sitting against the brick wall with her injured arm cradled in her lap, her face gone pale and flat. Eli was on the wet pavement beside her, pressing both hands over the cut on his upper arm, rocking slightly. Calder lay near the rear door, groaning through his broken nose, his cheek against the asphalt. I stood over the padlock chain, with blood running down behind my ear, holding the firefighter helmet like I had forgotten how to put it down. Brad took one look past me at the rear door, where the woman in the white coverall had started pounding again from inside, and his expression changed. "Oh," he said. "Oh, hell, call 911, Mara told him. Her voice was calm enough that he obeyed before his face caught up. The tourists stayed at the mouth of the alley, clustered under the amber streetlights. A few held phones. One woman cried without making much noise. Another man kept saying, "What happened?" to nobody in particular, as if the right answer might float out of the dark. Brad's call brought everyone. Police first, then fire, then EMS, and more police when somebody cut the chain off the rear door and found the woman in the coverall trying to get through the first responder's wing with the pry bar hidden inside a soaked turnout coat. She did not fight once the officers had lights on her. She went quiet and small, the way some people do when danger becomes paperwork. Calder tried to say he had slipped. Eli laughed at that, while a paramedic wrapped his arm, then immediately winced because laughing pulled at the cut on his cheek. The paramedic working on him was named Tessa Han, 34, female, short and direct, with a ponytail tucked through the back of her cap. She cleaned Eli's wounds in the open rear of the ambulance and told him the arm cut looked ugly, but had missed anything important. "Lucky," she said. Eli stared at her. "Does this look like lucky to you?" She taped gauze over his cheek. "Compared to what it could have been, yeah." He didn't argue after that. Another medic checked my scalp, my ear, my forearm, my thigh. I had a shallow cut on my head, a bruised forearm, swelling in my leg where the woman had kneed me, and a ringing in my left ear that made every radio chirp feel like a nail pressed into my skull. They told me I should go to the hospital. I said, "In a minute." Tessa looked at me the way Mara looked at people who claimed they were fine. That means now. I need to tell them where the basement panel is. You can tell them sitting down. I sat on the ambulance bumper with a foil blanket around my shoulders, feeling ridiculous and cold for the first time all night. Cold, actual cold. It came up from the wet asphalt and through my shoes. It moved under my shirt where the sweat had dried. It should have felt good. Mostly it made me shake. Mara rode in the first ambulance. Her left forearm was fractured. Not cleanly, not catastrophically. Bad enough that she needed surgery the next morning to set it right. She did not cry. She did not make speeches. She looked irritated, which was how I knew she was in real pain. Before they loaded her in, she grabbed my wrist with her good hand. "You tell them Dennis knew people were in there," she said. "I will. Not maybe, not probably. He brought them in. I'll tell them. And you don't protect him." That one landed harder. I looked through the open rear door of the museum. Firefighters were moving inside with portable lights, boots splashing through water. Somewhere in there, wax figures were lying sideways, sweating, sagging, ruined. The building looked less like a museum and more like a place caught after a flood. "I'm done protecting broken systems," I said. Mara held my wrist 1 second longer, then let go. she said. That was the closest she came to forgiveness, though I'm not sure she knew she was offering any. The police separated us for statements. Officer Denise Ralston, 41, female, Gettysburg Police Department, interviewed me beside the ambulance with a body camera clipped to her vest and a little notebook in one gloved hand. She asked clear questions and did not try to make the story sound neater than it was. When I told her wax figures had seemed to move, she did not smile. Moved by whom? She asked. By them, mostly, on dollies or vibration, or the floor slope. I don't know all of it. Mostly. I looked back at the dark rear doorway. Inside, a firefighter swept his light across the first responders exhibit. For 1 second, the beam hit the wax firefighter's face, where we had dragged it aside. Half the cheek had softened and collapsed underwater. It looked less human now, and somehow that made it harder to look at. Mostly, I said. Officer Ralston wrote that down. They found the gray case marked as 17 around 2 in the morning. By then, the building had been cleared. The female intruder was in custody. Calder was on his way to the hospital under police guard, and Dennis Rourke had finally arrived in a fleece vest over pajama pants, looking offended by the number of emergency vehicles around his property. Dennis, 58, male, museum owner, did not ask whether Mara was okay. He asked the fire captain how much water had gotten into the rear wing. The fire captain looked at him for a long second and said, "Sir, there are active police questions." Dennis said, "I understand that, but the exhibits." Officer Ralston took him aside before I said something that would have made my statement longer. The case did not contain a body part. That was the part my mind had been bracing for, and the relief came so hard I had to sit down again. It contained a laptop, 2 portable network devices, 3 sealed chemical containers, a small heater rig, gloves, hard drives, cash in bank envelopes, and wrapped wax components. Faces, hands, a section of painted throat, all labeled with accession numbers from other museums. That was the beginning of the real story, the one that belonged to investigators instead of janitors. Calder and the woman, whose name was Livia Brandt, 38, female, were not ghost hunters, not vandals, not thrill seekers. They were part of a small restoration and resale operation, moving damaged or stolen wax components through private collectors. Dennis had hired them off book to evaluate the first responders' figures and quietly repair others without reporting insurance-related damage from a previous leak. That much came out quickly. The rest took longer. The climate override had 2 purposes, according to what police later told us through a victim liaison. First, raise heat and humidity enough to soften selected figures and loosen adhesives without obvious cutting. Second, create a believable environmental explanation if anyone noticed faces, hands, or costume pieces had been removed or replaced. Sweating figures were not the point. They were camouflage. The bleach smell came from a cleanup after one of their chemical containers cracked. The latex glove, the plastic sheeting, the bins, all part of the off-book work. The front chain, the zip ties, the blocked side exit, the dead landline, and the remote access were supposed to buy them an uninterrupted hour after closing. They had not planned for 3 employees to notice too much and keep pushing. That was Officer Ralston's wording. Keep pushing. I thought about that for days. I also thought about the other version, the one where we noticed the humidity alarm, shrugged, and went home. The one where Mara locked the doors. Eli drove back to Hanover with his music loud, and I went upstairs to my apartment smelling like lemon cleaner, telling myself the warm bead on Lincoln's jaw was just wax being wax. Maybe nobody would have been hurt. Maybe the museum would have opened in the morning with a few damaged figures, a few missing parts, and a story about an unfortunate climate control malfunction. Maybe Calder and Livia would have been gone. Maybe Dennis would have blamed me anyway. I don't know which version is worse. The museum stayed closed for 6 weeks. Insurance people came. Fire inspectors came. Detectives came. A restoration team came with cameras and clipboards and expressions that made Dennis look smaller every day. Local news ran the story twice, then moved on to a zoning fight over a hotel expansion. Online, people made jokes. Wax museum meltdown. Gettysburg figures really sweating the investigation. Somebody posted a blurry video of me wrapped in a foil blanket. And for a while, my sister kept sending me screenshots from comment sections until I asked her to stop. Mara had surgery and wore a cast that she hated with focus and dedication. She texted me photos of it, decorated with increasingly rude messages from her sons. Eli needed stitches in his arm and cheek. For the first week, he told everyone he got cut fighting an art thief, which was not entirely wrong, but also sounded better than I broke a snow globe and got slashed by a man in a parking lot. After that, he got quieter. He still joked, but less as armor and more as punctuation. The museum offered him his job back. He said no and started working campus security at the college instead. I went back once before reopening because Officer Ralston called and asked whether I could identify the maintenance access panel in the Civil War mural for the report. The museum in daylight should have felt harmless. It didn't. The lobby smelled like wet wood, disinfectant, and new carpet adhesive. Fans stood everywhere. Extension cords ran like vines. The front doors opened normally. The gift shop racks had been set upright. The colonial shopkeeper was gone, either damaged or taken for evidence. I didn't ask. The Civil War gallery had changed the most. Lincoln was still there, but not the same Lincoln. His coat had been removed. His face had been stabilized with little pins along one side of the jaw. The chair had been pulled away from the wall. The battlefield mural still had the torn place where the pry bar had punched through painted smoke. A restoration tech had marked it with blue tape. Officer Ralston let me show her the access panel. "Here," I said, lifting the lower trim. "It catches unless you raise it first." She watched me slide it open. Behind the mural, the pipe chase looked smaller in daylight. Narrow, dusty, stupid almost. Not a place where anyone should have fought for their life. Ralston took photos. "Thanks," she said. "That helps," I nodded. I wanted to leave then, but I didn't. My feet carried me to the basement door. The door had been replaced. New frame, new lock. Dennis hadn't paid for it, insurance had. The stairwell lights were bright now, too bright, showing every chip in the paint. The climate panel had been replaced with a sleek digital unit that looked expensive and smug. No white USB cable, no gray case, no alarm tone, just a basement trying to become ordinary again. On my way back up, I paused beside the maintenance closet. The bleach smell was gone, but underneath the fresh paint and drying fans, I caught a faint sweetness. Wax. Of course it was wax. It was a wax museum. Still, I went upstairs faster than I needed to. Dennis sold the museum 3 months later. That was the official end of it. Plea negotiations for Calder and Livia. Civil suits. Insurance settlements. Dennis claiming through a lawyer that he had been deceived by independent contractors. Mara using her settlement to take 2 months off and visit her sister in Maine. Eli sending me a photo of himself in his new campus security jacket with the caption, "No historical figures yet." As for me, I left janitorial work for a while, not forever. People like me usually circle back to buildings. We notice leaks in ceilings and exit signs with dying bulbs. We know where things get ignored. But I stopped working nights. That helped, mostly. Now I do maintenance for a medical office complex outside town. Fluorescent lights, supply closets, normal things. The mannequins, there are CPR dummies, and even those I keep covered when I can. Some mornings, before patients arrive, I walk the halls with a checklist and a ring of keys. I test emergency lights. I log panel readings. I write down problems, even when they make someone upstairs annoyed. Especially then, I am not cured of anything. That is too clean a word. I still wake sometimes hearing the rear door chime. Beep, 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 beep. I still feel Mara's fingers around my wrist. I still smell warm wax when a floor buffer overheats or someone leaves a scented candle burning too long in a reception office. But I don't ignore alarms anymore. That sounds like a lesson. It is. It's more like a bruise that learned a job. A month after the museum reopened under new ownership, a plain envelope arrived at my apartment above the framing shop. No return address. Inside was a printed visitor brochure from the American Heritage Wax Museum, folded to the map. Someone had circled the first responders exhibit in blue pen. At first, I thought it was some lawyer thing or evidence copy accidentally mailed to me. Then I saw writing on the back, small and blocky. A 17 was not ours. No signature, no explanation. I took it to Officer Ralston. She kept it, asked if I had touched it much. I had. She did not scold me, just put it in a paper sleeve and asked the same questions twice in slightly different ways. Nothing came of it. At least nothing anyone told me. The museum is open again now. New carpet, new signs, better cameras. Online reviews mention the creepy realism of the figures, which seems unfair but accurate. Sometimes tourists still send me pictures because Eli thinks it's funny to forward them. Kids posing beside Lincoln, couples smiling in front of the colonial shopkeeper's replacement, a firefighter figure restored under clean white lights. They look normal. That is the thing people don't understand. Most dangerous places do. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.